Yes, it did. Okay, good.
It's okay. That can still get me some
Hi,
tissues.
everybody.
Hi.
Hi, Dottie. Hi, Danielle, Faith, Love. Hi, Tracy. Hi, Video Reel. Hi, Margot. I better get in the live chat here. So, if any of you had luck watching the News Nation thing, hi, Chris Ree, Deborah Vancouver, we had watched it in bits and pieces. I think the most compelling thing that everyone wanted to see was the Sister Olivia, what she had to say. And hi, Farm Life. Hi, Peridot. Hi, Cato. But it was so difficult to find a streaming service and everything to watch it. Hi, Tina Medley. Hi, Ashley. Hi, Nona May. Did any of you watch it besides the people that were in the Zoom with us? Her sister Olivia, who's an older sister, said that she believes they have the right person. Hi, Sandy. That she felt good. Hold on a minute. They always start. They're like little kids. I get on the phone and they start. That she felt good that they got the person, and she had told Bryan Enton that when they get the person, we can begin to grieve. But then he said, "Are you beginning to grieve? It's just such a long process, and everything's happening, and it's going to be a long, long road for them." They asked her about Dylan not calling 911, waiting so long to call. And what she said is, they asked her if she knew anything a reason for that. She said, "No, I don't know anything, and I'm going to reserve judgment. We don't know anything." And she would ask people to time for a change, not to harass her, Shelley Jo and Calla Lily, because she's a young girl and nobody knows the facts yet about it. So just to lay off of her, and that's it. So that's what everybody should do, because there are people going nuts and you don't know all the facts yet at all, and neither do they. What else did she say? The other thing was about him, about how he, when she thinks back to the timeline, all those times, like when he is going by the house, that's when her sister is giving her an egg bites new recipe. And so all these times relate back to things that she had, because she talked to her sister every day. So that's hard to go through the affidavit, to read all of that, plus to go and think about those last moments and what they could have done, right? So that was hard. And basically I think that was about it with her. She didn't say that there was any way that that connected the people. Mm-mm. And she didn't give any insight on that. And just the rest of the special was stuff we already know. I mean, just went over it. If you're not familiar with the case, or you wanted a refresh, it would give you a refresh of how he passed the house a number of times, how police connected him with the knife sheath and the shoe print. I mean, it'll give you a basis of the case, but doesn't tell us anything new, other than hearing from the sister. That didn't tell us anything new. We know everything that's there. It's everything that's in that affidavit. Now, some of the people that posted that. Well, I shouldn't say some of the people that posted that audio footage came out, because there's many of them that are still leaving it up and pretending like it's real. It's totally fake, like we told you yesterday. Totally fake. It's not real. And it's just horrible what unscrupulous creators, TikTokers doing to the family. It's horrible. There's so much fake news coming out. So what are the updates? Just like a bunch of fake news. That's basically what it is. And you can change it by not just believing stuff and checking sources. And just these groups are, like, I think it goes, TikTok is like the biggest cesspool. Then Reddit is horrendous. Facebook groups are really bad. And so you have to just kind of, when you see the what people are writing in there or taking from 4chan and saying it's real. You have to totally take everything with a grain of salt and look for a true source. Now, there's another friend coming forward today, which is on a news source. I think it's Fox, which they've made so many mistakes already. Let's not even go there. But they've got another guy, but they don't say he knows supposedly somebody that graduated with Bryan, and he's going to tell you about Bryan and his dating life and that he didn't really have girlfriends and everybody said he was really... I wouldn't even finish reading it. I don't even believe the source is credible. It's another person looking for 15 minutes. So not going to go there. But what I did find interesting is that Xana not only worked at the Mad Greek restaurant, she worked for a sales agent as, and I'll tell you what it is. I have it over here so I can tell you about this program. It was called Vandal. And I'm going to tell you what this was. Vandal Solutions is a not-for-profit group that provides professional quality marketing and advertising services to local businesses, and it allows students to develop real-world business skills through... Hold on. Oh, come on, let me see. Not going to let me see that. I'll just sign in. Hold on, I've just signed in with my Google. Didn't let me read the rest of this. This is crazy. Well, she worked, I'll show you. Her picture is still on the website as part of this sales team. That's another way he could have caught up with her, you know. Let me see. I'm just going to go to the website. You don't want to, I'm not going to jump through all these hoops. Okay. Okay, so Vandal Solutions, University of Idaho site I'm reading from, is a nonprofit student-run business that is offered as an upper-level course at the University of Idaho College of Business and Economics. It's designed to allow students to use their skills and concepts that they have learned and apply them in sustaining a real business. They operate on a win-win business model. The students' employees win because of the real business experience they're gaining. Our customers win by receiving professional quality services at great value. Our university community wins through the profits reinvested in scholarships and donations. So I'll go to the website. And services offered by Vandal Solutions are social media management, total project services, flyers and coupons, social media advertising, focus groups, secret shops, custom surveys, custom events, website building, or refinement. And if you go to the project teams, I'm going to pull this over, you'll see that Xana is here. And this is the sales team. The responsibility of the sales team are to manage customer relations for a non-for-profit business that provides professional quality marketing and advertising services to local businesses. Prospecting the Moscow and Pullman. See?
Mm-hmm.
They were prospecting in both Moscow and Pullman area. For strong potential new clients, draft contracts for potential and ongoing clients, perform multiple sales blitz throughout the year for Vandal Solutions. So that's another way she could have connected with him. And between that and the restaurant, it's my opinion that the targets for him, it wasn't just random, were Madison and Xana. And he could have met them through the restaurant, he could have met her through here, then found out she worked at the restaurant, started frequenting that. If she was canvassing the Pullman area, he could have met her up there. So there's a lot of different ways he could have met her. And it's just another avenue to that, but I just wanted to make sure you're aware of that, because I don't know if everybody knew that she worked somewhere else other than just the Mad Greek. Let me see here. Hi, Amanda Love. Hi, Christine. You have hi, Ann Cheever. Hi, Serenity Trek.
Welcome, everyone.
Did most of you know that she worked there, or did you not? I'm going to take a poll to see if people knew that she worked there or not.
Yeah, because I think since the story with the whole case broke, they've covered 3 jobs with her in total.
But did they know that it was sales up to Pullman?
Now, I
Because
didn't know
they
it
might
was
have
that
read that early
specific.
on, but since the affidavit, since they got him and found out his connection to Pullman, maybe they didn't
Yeah,
go
that's
back
more
and look at
specific.
that again.
Yeah, you are right there, because there could always be a possible connection.
Mm-hmm. Because that's what I found intriguing.
And with those fraternities, it's sometimes when they connect, like oftentimes it becomes a friendship away from that connection, like a secondary connection. Anyone watching, 30 likes. Thank you for smashing the like button,
Let me
everyone,
just see something. So,
and joining us.
who's that? So, yeah, I don't know. I think that just another way he could have met them. We don't know where, like, they were advertising locally or whatever, or through maybe they were sending stuff up to WSU or around there, or really just canvassing it. I don't know. There's, but that's the project team she was on there. Let me see something here. So it's just another source of that connection from Moscow to Pullman. Right? Let me get rid of this. Okay.
Scooter, what do you think?
What is this? Psychics. Regarding the man, okay, Jeremy Reagan. Let me see. What is he really? Hold on, what is this? I think that has any connection to him. Okay, so let me check the poll and then we'll move on to something else. So, the majority of you didn't know. Do you think it's could follow that? But hi, Bergstrong, by saying, I mean, do you think it's something significant? We're not going to know until we see the other evidence, which, you know, we will at some point. I know people are freaking out. They want it, you know, yesterday. You can't have it. You can't have it. And the family, I've told you like before that even with Chris Watts, his confession, the family did not hear it before the media had it on the TV before the family heard it. So there's a lot of things that the family is like. People think maybe that they're in like, hey, we've got another piece. But they're not. They're not constantly going back to the family with what they have, and when they're doing an investigation, the family doesn't even know so much of it. Just like Chris's sentencing, I was speaking to Sandy today. We were talking about this case together, and you know, she said, you know, I don't think people understand is that the family isn't privy to so much stuff. Like they had no idea going into that sentencing that they were going to say that Bella fought for her life. They weren't told that. Okay, they heard it with the rest of the world, and so yeah, you have to understand. So when someone like recently, just to me, was just quoting Steve Gonsalves and saying, well, he said this, but you got to understand, the family doesn't have everything. They don't, especially not in an ongoing investigation. So what he may believe happened or was told, or even something that came out through a rumor, it's very possible that's not the thing. And then that was confirmed when somebody said, no, that's not the truth. Go back to the press release about something about regarding the 911 call. So you have to just look at what the police department released in those press releases. Even media is reporting the wrong thing, fake news. TikTok is reporting so much fake stuff. So we do have to wait, because it is an investigation. They're trying to get a conviction, and they're going to have tons of evidence, and they're not going to be able to share that evidence right away at all. So it depends on what's going to happen. A lot of people are like confused with the status hearing this week, what that's going to be. I mean, I've seen people say, I can't wait for the trial to start this week. You know, that's not the trial starting this week. This is going to be a long, long haul. Look again at Letitia Stout. Look at Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. And how, you know, it's going to be 3 years for little Gannon Stout. 3 years this month, isn't it? Wasn't it the 10th? And that reminds me, is it the 8th, 9th? Yeah. I think he disappeared. When did Gannon Stout disappear? On the 10th of January? Let me see. I know it was in January, but I just went. It was. Gannon was reported missing when? Let's see. January 27th. So coming up on 3 years, 2020. His alleged murderer has not gone to trial yet. Okay? We're hoping she's going to go to trial this year, but you never know. They can change things at the last minute, and it's not unusual for trials like this to be out 5 years before someone goes to trial. Look at Travis Alexander and Jodi Arias, how long that took, and then they had to do it all over again because of the hung jury. So it's not going to come out tomorrow. Like they're not, the next hearing is not going to be some big blockbuster where you're going to get all this information. It's going to be probably very uneventful for you if that's what you're hoping for. Okay, he'll probably enter his plea, and you'll hear some probably little housekeeping things and not much more of that. Let's see what else I was going to say. Is there anything else I wanted to say about that? Oh, yeah, the, out of the way he went after he committed the murders. They had a good map in which I was talking with Jeff about trying to get even a street view that we could actually travel along, because I think a lot of you, if you're like me, you can look at the aerial map and everything, and that's great. But when you're actually right there, and you're traveling along, when we take those little road trips, I want to do that to see exactly where he went. Now, we're not going to know exactly where he went on some of this stuff, but especially when he spent that 3-hour chunk of time after Albertsons, but where we still don't know where. They haven't said, because they haven't released his phone records, but through this, whether it goes to trial, whether he takes a plea deal, the discovery will come out. We will see his phone records. And we will see where his phone was between that 1:04 that he was left Albertsons until that 5:30 or something that he turned his phone off for 3 hours. And we just have to wait for it to come through there. But the investigators know a lot more. A lot more. Let me go over here. Hi, LMNW. Hi, Liz Tops. If any of you have any questions, hi, Lisa L. Hi, MD. You want to call in? Call in. Anybody on the panel have anything to add about what we saw tonight, or any questions? Feel free. I have to take the host back from. Can I take the host back? I don't think Okay, is everybody asleep on the panel?
Not yet.
Oh, not yet? Okay. Elle, you don't have anything to add?
L. Scooter.
Crazy. So if you want to call in, or you can type in there. To Scooter, are you there?
Here now. Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. You're here now.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. It looks a little crazy because I have all these people and everybody's just
We all
asleep on the
left.
panel. And Sharon did actually fall asleep, and it's not her fault because she was up all night and she had to go to her son's to have their redo of Christmas, and then she came and she did pass out.
Yeah, and I
Miss
wasn't
B.
feeling well, so I'm still not really that great. But
So did
here.
what did you have any revelations about anything?
no,
Okay.
no.
I don't
There's
know
not
then.
a lot of new information, and there won't be for a while.
No,
I'm
there
sure.
won't be, but thinking about the targets, do you believe the targets are who, Scooter, do you?
I'm starting to think a couple of them were targeted, the two, Kaylee and Maddie.
Mm-hmm. And that Xana's
think
job that she
Maddie
had,
and
that
Xana.
canvas Pullman, Washington, is pretty significant.
Yeah, could you go over that again, please? Because I kind of missed that.
Okay, so if you go to the University of Idaho, they have this program that works with their business school, and it's with Vandal Solutions, and they offer services to people in the area. It could be social media management, project management, creative marketing, and Xana was in marketing, and she was part of their project team, the one that was, the sales team. And they have a picture of her on the steps on the website. And it says, the responsibility of the sales team are to manage customer relations of a not-for-profit business that provides professional quality marketing and advertising services to local businesses, prospecting the Moscow and Pullman area. So that means she was in the Pullman area and Moscow doing this prospecting of businesses. She could have met him there. She then could have went, if she did kind of meet him there, And then he found out she worked at the Mad Greek. That could be his connection to both her and to Madison. So I think it's pretty significant that her sales team, that's where they were prospecting, in Moscow and Pullman,
That is interesting.
for strong potential new clients, to draft contracts for potential and ongoing clients, and to perform multiple sales blitzes throughout the year for Vandal Solutions. So,
I didn't know she worked anywhere other than the Mad Greek until you said that.
yeah, so I think that's pretty significant because we don't know what that entailed for her, and if, we don't even know if he was up there at some kind of business or if she was up at the university doing any prospecting. We don't know.
See, and I think Maddie and Xana were the targets.
Yeah, me too.
Carolyn, are the dates known as to their employment there, or is that known or not?
Well, it was definitely this semester. She's still on the website on the steps with, and there was only a team of 4 people in her sales team. So it's
Okay.
not like there was like 30 or 40, and you would say, well, maybe I think, it's pretty close and close-knit group, and they were probably handling all of that, so. Let's see here.
Hello, Farm Wife. Hi, Bridget.
I think it's,
Hi, Danielle, Faith and Love. Yeah, that, very well could be. I mean,
it's
it
just
seems like it
interesting to
wasn't
see.
random,
What?
because it doesn't seem like this was just something random.
Oh,
because
no, I definitely don't think it was something random at all.
haven't they tracked his phone now, like to be in that area like 12 times, or am I thinking of,
Yes, that's correct.
Mhm.
Yes.
very odd? Because it's like almost like a cul-de-sac in there, isn't it?
Well, not really. It goes up towards apartments, and then it's weird because there's so many houses right along there in apartment complexes, some for students, some other people lived in.
Do you think we'll ever find out the truth? Anybody? Carolyn?
There's the mark of an educated.
I
man
misbehaved.
to entertain a thought.
I sure
Think-
hope so.
The Serenity track.
I think how much of the truth we learn will depend on his plea.
On what he wants to say, and
Right, because in every case, there's a lot of things that you just don't know unless they say it. And sometimes those things are sick and painful, but
so nobody thinks Ethan was a target. I'm just throwing questions out there. I have.
I'm
don't
still
know.
going
I
with
don't-
my
I don't think
original
so.
motto that it was crime of passion. He got rejected by these girls at the local bar one night after working, going to school, whatever, got rejected, and it weighed on him, and he decided to do something about it.
Always possible too.
And because he is exactly who he is, regardless of what everybody says about him, like on the news media as a whole collective, it's just, no matter what, it's still a vicious monster.
I tend to agree with that because he lost a lot of weight. So when he lost the weight, his ego was probably way up there. And if these 2 girls, smacked down his approach, it would be a big hit to his ego. Because he would think, well, I lost all this weight. Now I'm good looking. And now you girls got to like me. And they still might have rebuffed him. And that might have set him off.
I don't know.
That
I
sounds
just think I
plausible.
don't know. I think that something definitely happened. Yeah, there could have been rejection from both of them, or it could have been
Nothing come out about him having girlfriends either, has it?
Well, there's something now that he didn't really, but I just told you that guy, I don't find that guy credible at all, and I don't waste my time. I don't care if even it's on like a news source, but they don't verify this source, and they do, oh, someone came forward that says she knows a girl that graduated with him, and this, believe me, I've seen this so much in other cases. I'm not taking that. That's the way you know him, and nobody can vouch for you that you know him. Yeah, sure. You're just another person in my book. That's my opinion, and I'm not going to add to spreading misinformation. It's going to be like the what was the was it Tinder Chris Watts lady that was all crap, or the other one that came and said he was having a gay relationship with him. Come on. Yeah, just please. It's so
Unbelievable.
sick that they waste investigators' time with it, people's time with it, and then that misinformation just travels there and stays there for so freaking long. I mean, people just don't have anything better to do than try to get themselves involved in an investigation with false crap. It's happening now to this. There's somebody that's saying that met him on a dating app. I mean, just stuff that's so out of character and doesn't make any sense. You've got to really.
I'm not convinced that he, at this
False
point,
crap.
he personally approached any of them. I know that I feel that one of the girls came into his crosshairs, so to speak, somehow. But I'm not positive he personally approached any of them. I feel that they came into they crossed paths with him and he stalked them. But I'm not so sure that he spoke with them, and asked them out on a date. I mean, I might change my mind. I'm just not feeling that right now.
People are all over the place. They're wondering if that empty room was advertised for some type of a new roommate. They're just going through like with their Ted Bundy side-by-side photo post. It's just the most crazy things that there are. Instead of like what did his, I wonder what his daily schedule looked like with his teaching us, when were his classes that he was teaching? When was he going to classes? What did his day look like? And they said that most of the time that he was stalking that house was either in the early morning or late evening, because he was probably going to school and teaching during the day and didn't want to be noticed. We still don't know why the girls were calling Jack. We don't know why they were calling Jack that night. Could it be for the dog? It could be for a lot of other reasons. We don't know about that. And
Oh, did you see Jeff? He said he has 15 minutes left on
What?
today's Bryan Etten special report.
what say it
Okay,
again?
Jeff, we'll be your brother. And thank you everyone
Oh,
for
Jeff
the
has
55
15 minutes
likes.
left. Oh, okay, Jeff. It should be this. Did Jeff have this? Jeff, it's the same number from last night, right? We're still on the same number from last night.
Yeah, it hasn't changed that I know
Yeah,
of.
it's still the same number if you want to call in, Jeff. And Hillbilly, if you're hearing us, I think. Let me know if I
I
don't know.
love hearing from Hillbilly too.
What?
I love hearing from Hillbilly too.
Mm-hmm.
Jody Van Driel, good evening.
Hi, Jody. Let me look over here if I can find anything. I try to. I keep trying to see if everybody went nuts with these. This morning when I was getting up, people were all about that fuzzy, what did they call it, visual snow that he was reporting, and really going to town with the visual snow. Like if he had visual snow, Well,
What is that anyway, Carolyn?
okay, I'm gonna look, I'm gonna get this, yeah, let me put this
Never
up.
heard of that. Oh, and remember you asked about the or however you pronounce it,
The what?
you know, the fingers.
Oh, the
trying-
Raynaud's,
Yeah,
yeah,
and I said mine go white, pure white, like I'm dead, you know, like there's no blood.
yeah,
And last night, just so happens as I'm getting in the bathtub, we started doing that, and my hands from, below the fingers were totally purple. I guess I've never really
really?
noticed that.
You
Because
take
it
a
was-
picture next time.
Huh?
Take a picture next time.
I will.
So visual snow, or VS, is a form of visual hallucination that is characterized by the perception of small, bilateral, simultaneous, diffuse, mobile, synchronous dots, usually throughout the entire visual field, but it can be partial, and it's present in all conditions of illumination, even with the eyes closed. Okay, so that's when we close our eyes. I think they're talking about that. I think that those lights and so, when you see through your
Yeah.
eyelids almost,
Yeah.
right? All that stuff. So I'm
Yeah.
trying to figure out like what visual snow syndrome, something called the National Organization for Visual Snow, is. It's a neurological disorder. Let's see how that differs from any kind of illumination through your eyes. I don't know. Let me see here. So I've never heard of this thing until now. Okay, so
Right.
visual snow syndrome is visual static, persistent, positive visual phenomena. Visual snow is a neurological disorder characterized by a continuous visual disturbance that occupies the entire visual field and is described as tiny flickering dots that resemble the noise of a detuned analog television. So static across the TV, I guess it's looking like. In addition to the static or snow, affected individuals can experience additional visual symptoms such as visual images that persist or reoccur after the image has been removed, sensitivity to light, visual effects originating from within the eye itself, and impaired night vision. The prevalence of visual snow in the general population is currently unknown. The average age of visual snow population seems to be younger than for many other neurological disorders. This early onset, combined with a general lack of recognition by healthcare professionals, suggests it's an uncommon problem. Research has been limited because of issues of case identification and diagnosis, the latter now largely addressed, and the limited size of any study cohort. Initial functioning brain imaging research suggests visual snow is a brain disorder. Visual snow is a chronic condition, sometimes highly disabling, uncommon condition that is in need of collaborative research and lateral thinking to make progress towards understanding, treatment, and cure. Okay. Visual snow has been misdiagnosed in case series being mixed with persistent migraine auras, which has led to confusion, diagnostic, okay, so let's say he has this. Okay, signs and symptoms. The main clinical feature of the syndrome, described consistently by patients, is an unremitting positive visual phenomenon present in the entire visual field and characterized by the uncountable tiny flickering dots that are interposed between the person's vision and the background. The static is typically black and white, but some can be colored, flashing, or transparent. In addition to the static or snow, patients can have visual symptoms. Okay, we already went through that, we're just repeating themselves.
That would drive me nuts.
Okay, but okay, if he had this, if that was him that was writing all of this, why, okay, he somehow, with all of this, graduated with a bachelor's degree, graduated with a master's degree, went on to get a PhD, drove himself across the country, was a student, was a teaching assistant, doing all of this, was in those crime scene things. His teacher said he was doing well. We don't see him even wearing a pair of glasses or anything. So, how badly did this impair him? And if it was so debilitating, why did he decide to go across the country where he didn't have any support from family when he had lived with his family his whole life?
Yes,
And
because
Yeah, right.
yeah,
you can't use this as an excuse that he
no,
didn't commit the
definitely
murders.
not.
No.
You know, I don't think this is like a symptom of this is that you just go on random killing sprees, right?
Right.
So it says the onset of symptoms, the onset can be very early in life, while most people presenting symptoms in their entire lifetime. There is a proportion of subjects who have a sudden and unpredictable onset of the disease occasionally, but not necessarily follows an identifiable cause. Related disorders. A disorder which has been strongly related to this is tinnitus. That's the ringing in the ears.
Yeah.
Right.
It's commonly referred to as ringing in the ears and characterized by the perception of a sensation of sound, even though there's no identifiable external source for the sound. Tinnitus is extremely frequent in patients with visual snow, with up to 3/4 of subjects reporting the symptom. This has led some researchers to hypothesize a possible relationship between the two conditions, which both possibly represent a similar dysfunction in sensory processing, respectively, of the visual and auditory system in the brain. For more information on this disorder, choose tinnitus as your search. Okay.
Well, that's strange. Remember, I was just saying earlier, I've had the ringing in my ears for days and
Yeah.
days now. It's driving me insane. I also get those migraine hallucination where you see colorful
Auras.
purple and green
Yeah, the
zigzags
auras.
running through your eyes. Maybe
I've
there is.
had it in my ears before, off and on, but it doesn't last all the time, thank goodness.
Okay, and
Yeah,
it's,
it's been 3 days straight now. I just can't get rid of it. I thought it was because I was tired and I
oh,
slept and I still have it. So I have it right now.
Oh,
I used to get that, like, sometimes I just get that, but it's always been like somebody's thinking about me then. Seriously, it's like a little bit and then you think of, and it goes away, thank goodness. The current evidence seems to show that commonly used medications, such as migraine preventatives, antidepressants, or pain medication, do not consistently improve or worsen the visual snow. There have been single positive experiences with drugs such as lamotrigine, which needs to be contemplated with their low level of evidence. Okay, so
Oh,
there's
crap, my son
clinical
is on
trials. What? You're on that?
My son is on that medication.
Oh, really? For what?
Lamotrigine.
For what? Is it for this?
It's supposed. It's supposed to help him sleep.
Oh.
But he also has his imaginary friends.
Oh,
I mean, he has brain damage, so
right.
It's supposed to help. It doesn't help with friends. He still has his imaginary friends. So
Okay, but he doesn't tell you he sees like snow.
no.
Okay. And that's interesting because when Ethan was little and he wanted glasses so badly, and I would pick him up from like the bus, and so if it was cold, we would pick him up in the car, and he would always, I would let him steer the car back home, and he wanted glasses so bad, so he'd go, "I see smoke in front of my eyes," like he would say, "I see fog," like, but then when he didn't want, he never complained of it again. Like when he did realize, like when Luke got glasses, it's not really like this greatest thing that you want, so. He never said that again, but that's how he used to try to get me to believe he needed glasses like that. And we would bring him to the eye doctor, and he didn't need them. So yeah, but I just laughing because he would say, "I said, you see smoke in front of your eyes?" He's like, "Yeah, it's all foggy, so I can't see. I need
I
glasses."
always wanted it so bad too.
But so does this say now this condition? It's. Somebody was saying like today, "Oh my gosh, if he had this condition, we have to do." No, well, if he had this condition, I'm reading now, Collaborate, Educate, Cure, the psychiatric symptomology of visual snow syndrome. Now, is it saying like it makes people highly aggressive, this and that, or whatever? If he knew he had it since the age, if that really was him posting at the age of 17 and 18, that's 10 years ago. So there was a lot of time to get help for this, and if he ever felt that he couldn't control his urges, homicidal urges, then you would think that somebody would do something, right? So it said, VSS patients showed high rates of anxiety and depression, depersonalization, fatigue, and poor sleep, which significantly impacted quality of life. Further psychiatric symptoms, particularly depersonalization, were related to increased severity of visual symptoms. The severity, frequency of psychiatric symptoms did not differ significantly due to the presence of migraine, patient sex, or timing of VSS onset, whether it was lifelong or a later onset. And it says, conclusion, psychiatric symptoms are highly prevalent in patients with VSS, and they're associated with increased visual symptom severity and reduced quality of life. Importantly, patients with lifelong VSS reported lower levels of distress and milder self-ratings of visual symptoms compared to patients with a later onset, while being equally likely to experience psychiatric symptoms. This suggests that the psychiatric symptoms of VSS are not solely due to distress caused by visual symptoms. While no consistently effective treatments are available for the visual symptomology of VSS, psychiatric symptoms often an avenue of treatment that is likely to significantly improve patient quality of life and ability to cope with visual symptoms. So they're saying psychiatrically they can help that, and it should be able to help the patients cope better with the visual symptoms.
Right.
So, but I don't see, anybody saying like they had homicidal tendencies with this. So I'm going to actually put that in VSS and homicidal violence.
Well, it is interesting. I suppose we'll find out down the road if that was really him posting that at the time.
Spontaneous, violent, and homicidal thoughts in 4 homicide contexts. Okay. Crabb 2000 also found that homicide thoughts were common in normal undergraduates. And this Crabb investigated homicidal thoughts and the weapons used in these fantasies, explicitly asked undergraduates questions concerning their thoughts about killing someone. Replicating previous research, most participants admitted to a homicide fantasy. Research also indicated that homicide fantasies were preceded by threatening interpersonal events and involve weapons like firearms, knives, and clubs rather than weapons like hands and feet. The evidence was interpreted as supporting the existence of evolved psychological mechanisms able to associate material cultural implements like firearms with aggressive actions and to rehearse this through fantasy. These studies are important as they demonstrate that homicide fantasies are common and unlikely the result of pathological processes. Furthermore, they support evolutionary explanations for homicide like the byproduct hypothesis and homicide adaptation theory. Let's see what this, and now they're talking about premeditation in homicide is important to the investigation of psychological processes relating to homicide because it necessarily indicates that the perpetrator thought of committing the murder prior to the behavior. However, the majority of homicides tend to be unplanned, spontaneous acts. Only 5% of homicides are intentionally premeditated or planned, according to Wolfgang and Frucci in that study of the, okay, let's see.
Hi, Jody
What?
and Nora.
So I don't find anything with this snow, visual snow, that they're more apt to kill someone. I don't know. Does anybody in the chat still have this visual snow? Anybody? Let me see if they have somebody here. Hi, little lady. Hi, Jody. Type yes up if anybody here has visual snow. Put yes, VS.
Yeah, let us know, guys, if you have it.
I don't know anybody that's ever been diagnosed with that. I mean, I have things I see in front of my eyes. Like sometimes, just now, I just saw that they're like floaters, but they
Floaters, yeah.
go. Sometimes they go across where it's almost like not just a floater. It's like a whole thing that goes across.
I don't have those hardly anymore. I used to when I was a kid a lot.
When I was a kid, I thought I was
Yeah.
seeing I thought I was seeing microscopic, like pieces of the hair.
Germs
around
and
me.
things, right? Like I used to say, I could see the molecules.
That's what I would say. I thought I had extra. I was like, oh my gosh, you guys! I'm seeing this organism. It has a nucleus. It's floating down. Does anybody see that? I really did. I thought I was seeing something
I
that
still see
nobody
that
else
stuff.
could see.
When I'm very tired, I still see all those kinds of things.
Oh.
Also, when I lay down to go to sleep, I don't know if anybody else gets this, but do you see flying over islands? Like it looks like I'm flying. It changes shape and it goes from green to blue, and it looks like flying over water to land.
Are your eyes
to water
closed?
To land. Yes.
Oh, through your eyelids, I see tons of things through my eyelids.
Yeah, like it's pitch black and my eyes are closed, and
Yeah.
I know it's just in my brain seeing it because my eyes are closed. They're not seeing anything. So.
Right.
But it feels like I'm flying, and that's what I'm looking at. Sometimes that's what puts me to sleep. I pretend I'm flying over the land and into Sleepville. I don't
Has
know.
anything said? No, I have not heard bipolar except from people speculating on the web. Visual snow is related to schizophrenia.
Ooh, really? Copy and conversation?
Okay,
I
let me
think
look
everyone gets little dots in front of their eyes sometimes.
Yeah, that's normal. The floaters.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's pretty normal. You could be getting a headache. You could be tired.
yeah.
It's things like that cause those.
But
kinds
you
of
do
things.
understand that even if he had schizophrenia, that's not, just look at a good example is Tim Jones. Remember all the times they tried to say he had mental illness, he had a family, his mother had schizophrenia, he was more apt to have it, and he still got the death penalty. Schizophrenia is not going to excuse him from doing this at all. Not at
No.
all. And
I
it's not going to
actually
give him the
find it
insanity defense either, and they don't have it in Idaho, but it wouldn't even give him the insanity defense there,
Right.
because you look at Tim Jones. If you saw that trial, you would see that it's not going to be an excuse.
Everyone that commits murder is obviously sick.
And that's just it. It shouldn't be. I don't care what anybody says. Like they want to put up the insanity plate. Well, if you were too insane just for that moment to kill somebody, you can become insane for another moment and kill somebody else if you're free. I'm sorry, insane or not, you belong locked up or whatever.
And remember that he also lived with his parents. He had resources to healthcare. He had two sisters that were in the healthcare field. He wasn't he wasn't homeless and unable to get medical treatment. He had a family that loves him, and he was in that area until just August. And his father, is so in tune to him, he flew out there just to drive home with him.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah. Let's see
He
now.
drove around that house 3 times. He had plenty of time to think about it.
Okay, so this says pixelated visual or visuals, pixelated vision or visual snow has been associated with schizophrenia. The impact of viewing a 3D motion picture on such a visual phenomenon has not heretofore been described. And it said a case study, a 28-year-old right-handed single male 3 years prior to presentation noticed that all his vision was pixelated. 28, so the same age as Bryan, right? The pixelated vision is panoramic, involving the entire visual field. The pixels are characterized by 10,000 flat white gray dots measuring 1 millimeter by 1 millimeter. No changes in color, shape, or size were noted in high and low intensity light. White, dark, gray, or multicolored backgrounds had no effect on his vision. The visual distortions are not impacted by head movements, emotions, degree of tiredness, driving, or his hedonic perception of the object being visualized. The pixels were noted to disappear upon closure of both eyes, but persisted during monocular vision with either eye, meaning looking just through one eye. These visual hallucinations were sporadic during the first year and became continuous over the following 2 years. 2 weeks after the onset of pixelated vision, he developed auditory hallucinations. And what did he have? Hyperacusis, migraines, tinnitus, and photophobia. These hallucinations persisted despite treatment with aripiprazole, palperidone, lurasidone, olanzapine, clozapine. Okay, all these, they list about 20 medications. The
These
results,
pain medicines.
all the peens and the genes and the even the amphetamines. It says amphetamines, I say there. Abnormalities in examination, hyperverbular blunted affect, impaired concentration, preoccupied with racing thoughts, admitted to actively having auditory and visual hallucinations without suicide or homicidal ideation. So he didn't have either suicidal nor homicidal ideations, even though he had all this guy at 28. Memory testing, he was able to recall 2 out of 4 objects in 3 minutes and 3 out of 4 with reinforcement. Similarities interpreted concretely. Visual acuity 20/20. Retinal examination was normal. Intraocular pressure is eye pressure 19 mm's OD, 20 mm's OS, normal. Automotive perimetry testing, normal. Cover, uncover, normal. Near convergence, 3 inches, normal. Lens or filtered prism have no effect on visual snow. MRI of his brain, EEG, liver function tests, CBC, vitamin B12, folate, thyroid function were all normal. MRA had a mid hypoplasia of distal right vertebral artery. Okay, visual snow has been anecdotally described as static, continuous and independent of the specific visual environment. However, the persistence of visual snow in the presence of 3D movies has never been reported. The visual snow paralleled auditory hallucinations and hyperacusis in frequency and intensity, which suggests that there may be generalized hyperexcitability of the brain, including both auditory and visual hallucinations, agents that reduce cortical hyperexcitability, anticonvulsions, antipsychotics may have efficacy. Treatment with these agents has been described, warrants further investigation. Okay, so that was like one thing, but that's from the Cambridge University Press about this study, and they were talking about Guardians of the Galaxy, the 3D movie, and how it relates to visual snow, if it's better, if it's worse, whatever. But the most important thing is they said this guy didn't have any tendencies, suicidal or homicidal, even with this auditory hallucinations and visual hallucinations. So, let me go back here. So that's not, it's here nor there. If it was 10 years, he had a lot of time to seek help, if that is indeed him.
Right.
But it's not going to play any part of his defense.
He did, because he was on medication. He did seek help.
Wait, how do you know he was on medication? He
I thought
says
you
he's
just
on
read
no
about-
medication. He's answered the court, he's on no medication.
Didn't you just say a whole bunch of medications?
No, that's a study of a 28-year-old. That's not him.
Hmm.
He's not taking any medication according to what he said in the Pennsylvania court.
That's his own fault.
Exactly. It's not going to be any type of a defense. In fact, if they go back and that is indeed him 10 years ago, they're gonna say, you had ample time. You had all this
Right.
time on message boards and all these people telling you what to do, and you're saying
Right.
you had ample time
Yes.
to get help and everything. Hi, Snow.
And remember too, they have that guilty but mentally ill too, remember? Where you
Yeah.
I'm guilty but mentally ill.
In Idaho? Because Idaho
I
doesn't
don't
even have the
know.
insanity defense.
But normally, you know, if people are nuts, insane, you kind of see that in the courtroom.
You know, you're feeling feelings that are not normal,
Yeah, you know.
that are criminal. Get some help.
No, you know, not really. I have a cousin who has no idea that she's insane, and we all know it. The whole family knows it. She's supposed to be on lithium, but she keeps insisting that there's nothing wrong with her and
Right.
that everything's fine. But then she says that the dark spirits are coming through the wall and pulling her out of her body at nighttime and flying all over the place. So,
Right.
Has anybody ever did an involuntary admission to her, just somewhere where she can?
she's been in the psych ward 6 or 7 times already.
Okay.
They all say the same thing, but he says they're all just making it up and that they're lying and that she's fine.
How old
Sad.
is she? What age range?
40s?
But she's never killed anybody, right?
No, not that I know of. I
You
know
need
she
to
goes
go to
off
bed.
on bending
Okay,
and
Jeff.
disappears for a couple of months at a time, but she's almost been killed a couple of times.
Yeah. But
She
you
gets
know,
herself put into those positions because she goes off. When she goes off, she's not like herself. So there is a normal her, but then I guess it's sort of like bipolar. She goes on benders where she's really, really high and flying, and she takes off and does all that weird stuff, and then she comes back down to earth and she's normal for a while.
mm-hmm.
If you're a danger to yourself or others, they can just lock you up involuntarily.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
we've run into her several times. Skated us all for doing it, but we did it for our own good. But they
It doesn't-
let you out. It doesn't really matter.
No, if they feel you're a danger
system
to
doesn't
yourself
work
or others, they will
properly.
lock you up and keep you there.
Yeah, they don't. I one time, I had a problem with my son, and I called up and I asked them to come check him out. They called the police, and the police came and got him and took him to a hospital, and they put him in the mental ward. They called me up the next morning and told me to come pick him up. And I said, he threatened our lives and he threatened his own life. You want me to pick him up just 18 hours after he was dropped off there? What could you have possibly found out since then? And then I don't know, I guess they rethunked their idea and they kept him there for 2 weeks. But
You have to actually do
Talking about
something.
that, I've had that happen too with family members.
they wouldn't let me talk to the doctor because they said, well, he's an adult, so we can't talk to you. And I was like, okay, but mentally he's 8, so I'm the one who knows. You have to ask me the questions. You can't ask him questions because he's not going to know the answers, whether he got a vaccine or his flu shot this year. He has no idea.
Right.
And I wanted to tell them all the medications that he had bad side effects. He would get seizures from some he would break out. Risperidol would make his whole face turn red. And I kept telling them, please let me talk to the doctor, just to give the list of medications not to give him. And they kept saying, well, no, he didn't sign the HIPAA form, so we can't talk to you about him.
It's terrible.
It really was. So now I got a whole bunch of HIPAA forms, and I made him sign them all, and the date is blank. So anytime anything happens, I sign. Here you go. Here's the HIPAA form. Now talk to me about him.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. That's terrible.
It is, because then they said, well, you have to apply for guardianship. I said, oh, okay, I'll do that. And they said, all right, well, you have to get the lawyer. The lawyer's $5,000 up front.
Yeah.
I was like, are you kidding? I have to give you $5,000 to say that he's my son and I'm in charge of him?
I wonder what kind of insurance this guy Bryan had. Probably good insurance because his parents worked at a school and he was a student. So I would imagine he had good insurance.
Yeah, he probably had insurance under them. How old is he again? 20, how
28.
old? 20. Well, 26, you go off your parents' insurance, but, oh,
Okay,
no.
so if this is indeed him, and I'm going through the messages, okay? This is going to hurt him like crazy because he is there saying he knows the cause cure of visual snow. He's telling these people that his doctor, so he did seek medical help, and he said, let's see, where is the doctor put him on everything and it didn't help. And he said now he's got this diet and about the yeast and fungus, he's got this whole thing. He's telling all these people that you've got to do this. So he is showing empowerment over this, that he's beaten this, and says, I am talking about toxins are not alive, but they are in your body. That's all I'm saying. Something in your body is not supposed to be there. Hence, he's giving them what he thinks is the key to this. Okay, and then he says, where's the one that he says about his doctor? He's talking about omega, and then says that my doctor put me on every medication and it made me crazy and made my VS not even improved. I care about everyone here. I wouldn't tell you something unless I knew it was for sure. Okay, so if this is indeed him, he is empowered. He's trying to help other people if this is him. So all the people saying, oh my gosh, we can't do anything, he needed help. No, he's empowered by this.
Right.
Okay, he's telling them about their foot fungus and visual snow are both caused by toxins, fungus and yeast. I have been tested for everything. I went to the doctor and he said everything I had was migraines, which is basically your brain reacting to some type of chemical change, thus it acts haywire. Okay, and then he even says, over here something about his friend and printouts. I am going to talk to a good neurologist about this. So, okay, he had access to a good neurologist, one that is very open-minded. I think this really is the cause. And to rainy days, that's somebody here, yes, when I exert myself, I get the pulse vision too. In other topics, people have said they felt weird feeling in their jaw and chest with no explanation. I've had VS since September 21st of 2009. Since then, I have changed, mainly from the anxiety and sense of derealization and hopelessness. Today, I felt a deep heartbeat in my head, one that felt through my eyes and over my head. I do get this a lot, but never think about it. I believe it was the anxiety that caused this for you. Same thing happened to me. I can't remember anything recent or anything from childhood. I used to be able to remember everything from my childhood and everything every day for a month before me. Now, I am just a blank soul living in the now, which hurts the most is knowing that every time I try to remember things from the past, blah, 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 blah. On the left side of your peripheral vision, there is a point where you pass something and it gets deformed slightly as if something flickers over it. I can feel this somehow in my eye, but I would be seeing a neurologist in 4 days, and since I saw an eye doctor a month ago and no eye condition. Okay, so he's even seeing the eye doctor. If this is him, this will point that he was getting more than adequate medical care, and then felt empowered that he found out what this was, right? Let's see. The night makes me feel bored for some odd reason. The VS doesn't do shite, but I do wake up in the middle of the night, though that is not really new, so nope. Waking up and it gets worse, and what is this? I keep waking up with severe VS, and all I can see, and every time it goes away slightly, but now it is sort of the same. All I can see is after images and VS, WTF, this is making vision worse. They can't just keep up without a medical reason.
Interesting.
Let's go on and on with this. Oh, okay.
He's trying to get out of this. He's trying to get out of this.
No, this was posted
Oh, this
back
was years
in
ago, if
2011.
it's even him.
Oh yeah, this is what I'm saying. If this is him, this is not going to help him. It started for me, and I never took medication before or used a drug. Well, that's going to go against a lot of things people are saying. Okay, I know everyone I know noticed VS when I told them about it. They always had a slight little dots as not nearly as noticeable. I also noticed it, little dots as a child. Maybe our brains don't filter out our VS and it gets out of hand. Ever notice if you don't do things that stimulate? Now, see, I don't know if I go into here, will it bring me to that one? It's just going to bring me to, or I have to go into these little ones that are with him. Let's see the Xanax one. All I'm seeing on YouTube, I'm seeing comments that Xanax cures this.
That sound what?
That Xanax cures this. And he says, okay, I know something, as Xanax is not on the detox diet. I was just was curious. Let's see if he answers in this one again. Seeing him answer on that thread. Okay, so that one he's not in.
Be right back.
Okay. Straight line, let's try this. And I don't see any of these people saying that they have schizophrenia on these boards and that they have any suicidal or homicidal tendencies, ideations.
Uh-huh.
Positive discussion. Let's see if he is in positive discussion at all. But no, these are two new. So it looks like he probably stopped posting on here.
Stuff was what?
No, he stopped posting on here in 2011, I think 2009, 2011, sleep patterns, waking up, it gets worse. What other have this happened? Questions for other sufferers.
That's a long time ago.
All of the mental. Okay, let me get to the can't remember anything. Okay, so he says, I try to remember things from the past. I can't, and my mind is so hung up with VS, all the migraine. VS affects mentally the buzzing in my ear that I can't even focus on that. I got it September 21st of last year, and ever since then I've been depressed. I can't remember anything at all, and I always have this horrible pressure in my head. My mind is never not on visual snow, and I always wonder what a normal person would be doing while I sit there and suffer. This whole thing has made me crazy. I feel like my life is pointless because people can think about times with parents, childhood memories, and be happy, and I won't be able to. Well, this is September 23rd. He said he was diagnosed September 21st of last year, which would be 2009. He was born in 2004. Right? I mean, excuse me, 1994. I'm losing my mind now. So, in November. So he... Where am I? I can't even think. He was born, this is whatever, 2009. And he was born in 1994, November. So he would be turning 15 in November. So he'd be 14 years old writing this. This is,
Wow.
this is kind of advanced for a 14-year-old
Yes.
to be, first of all, spending his time on a message board like this and writing this. That's one of the reasons. And he's saying he can't remember his childhood. He's 14 years old. He
He's
still
still a
is
child.
in childhood.
Right.
Okay, this doesn't make any sense to me. But let's go on because so many people think this is him.
Okay.
Because they believe that, you know why they think it's him. This EXARR, they think that connects to another email that he had that somehow they found somewhere so that this guy has to be him. But let's see if we can find anything that, first of all, this doesn't sound like a 14-year-old writing this. I don't think a 14-year-old would even go, I have a 14-year-old. I can guarantee you, he wouldn't be over here writing this stuff on message boards like this. Or
I doubt it.
talking about research or all of those medications like that. Come on.
Doubt it.
Yeah. And he
That
wouldn't be
books.
saying, I can't remember my childhood, because his childhood would still be there, or where he went with his parents. And I believe this person also says something to the effect of, it's going to be the last holidays with my parents and family as I kiss them goodbye. Why is a 14-year-old kissing them goodbye? We know he didn't. We know he stayed right over there until last August.
To
Okay.
kill himself?
No, he said to move out. Okay, so let's see. A 14-year-old's not going to move out. All right,
Yeah.
so let's see another one. I'm trying to see if I can see the. I know the
Nope.
headings that he had.
Sounds like a bunch of baloney to me.
Yeah, let's see. Visual with many non-visual symptoms. Let's see if he's in here. And what year is this? No, this is 2019 too. He's not in 2019. Go back to my story. New guy. Okay, so let's go to general discussion and see what he says. Okay, how come we didn't go to my study new guy? Why didn't it bring us right there? That's weird. Hold on. My story.
I'm muted.
Oh, I know what I'm doing. Hold on. I have to go to my story new guy, go up here. Okay, here we go. Some guy's saying stuff, so let's see what he says. I believe it was anxiety that caused this for you. The same thing happened to me. Let's say anything else there. Okay, that was really good. Who else has this happen? Let's see what he says here. Well, that's uneventful because we read that one. Okay, let's. Okay. I've had VS since September 21st of 2009. Since then, I've changed mainly from, okay, so we were sort of, my theory is that VS seems to be migraine related, but in reality, it's just a weird thing that occurs for some people where the arteries and blood vessels, yeah, you believe this is a 14-year-old, right? Okay. The arteries and blood vessels in one's head are inflamed for a large amount of the time. I am sure no MRI would pick up slight inflammation from the veins, arteries that pump through our heads. I always have this weird feeling in my head, and to me it feels like something inflamed in my head. We need to try to figure out a way to stop the inflammation. I think that anxiety causes VS. What do you think migraine pills don't work for VS? Obviously because we don't have inflamed parts, hold on, of our brain. We have inflamed blood vessels, veins, whatever you want to call them. I'm going to talk to a good neurologist about this. You would see him saying, my mother and my father took me here. This is not a 14-year-old. I'm going to talk to a good neurologist about this, one that is very open-minded. I think this really is the cause. And to rainy days, yes, when I exert myself, a 14-year-old, I
Right.
get the pulse
Weird.
vision too. In other topics, people have said they felt weird in their jaw, chest with no explanation. Well, it might be the arteries being inflamed. It could hurt very bad. This seriously could be an issue that is undiagnosed.
Right.
This is not a
It's not
14-year-old.
him.
Oh, this is not a 14-year-old.
He's too young.
Yeah. Honestly, the test would not pick up the inflammation. Okay, let's see. When I got an optical test done on me, it was shown that my nerves and veins were inflamed for no reason, causing something that looked like optic neuritis, but wasn't. It's a tricky disease. How can you explain the fact that all of us can feel the heartbeats all over our body, and it's only people who suffer from VS? It is not irony. It is simply that we all have a condition as far as I'm concerned.
So odd. Doesn't sound like a young guy
No,
writing it.
not at all.
No.
He didn't say I was at, school, I was in the gymnasium, I was in the cafeteria, this happened to me, we know he went to school, okay? We know that he wasn't homeschooled.
Yeah.
How come he's not mentioning school? What's going
Right.
on? And remember, he was doing push-ups in that junior police academy stuff. This is insanity to believe that this is him.
Totally. I don't get it.
Let's see.
Yeah, I'd like to know who came up with this being him,
I know,
right?
this is like really some good detective work. What is this? I keep waking up with severe VS, and all I can see is every time it goes away slightly, but now it just sort of the same. All I can see after images and VS, WTF, this is making vision worse. This can't keep up without a medical reason. Okay. Usually like 30 seconds. It got better now, so it took like 4 hours this time. Okay. Nothing else on that one. Sleep pattern. Let's see what he says about his sleep pattern. Oh, my goodness. See on page 3. I didn't see him in here. He's supposed to be in this one. Did we miss him?
Yeah, I'll be surprised if that's him. You
So
know?
this is not a
I can't-
14, this is not
That
a
does not sound
14-year-old
like a-
writing this, okay? There's no way in the world you'll convince me this is a 14-year-old writing
No.
this.
No.
Okay, the night makes me just feel bored for some odd reason. The VS doesn't do shite, but I do wake up in the middle of the night, though it's not really new, so nope. Okay, yeah, all right.
Too mature.
Oh, and then look, all the questions. It is as if the static gets bright after looking into a light and adjusting to darkness. I can't see in the dark because of this. Do you ever see these random dots of light in your vision? Do you seem to see the VS make stuff blurry, hard to see without visual correction? Are your eyes sensitive to light? Did this happen after a migraine? Does this ever make you feel less aware? Do you have tinnitus? Do you feel like you can't see because of the severity? Does it get better from healthy living? Does the VS get bright after working out? Does it sometimes go away completely? Mostly and come back after though? Did you ever think this is a mental disorder from migraine sufferers? Am I the only one who's having a hard time seeing faces because of the VS? Do you sometimes have the ability to see everything clear like I do? Does time go fast? Do you take time to feel good, relaxed? Do you feel hopeless? After looking at a bright light, do you see a lot of dots that are rainbow? Major question. Can migraine auras cause this? I know that the visual sensitivity to light had to do with it, but after that migraine meds, is it possible this will disappear? After a while, I am 15 and 21 days and don't want to wish that I'm dead. Okay, he's 15 and 20. Okay, this is him? Then I'd say if this is him, I am 15 and 21 days. Does that, let's see. Well, it's wrong. He wasn't born the 22nd. But He was born on the 21st, was he not?
Yeah.
Okay,
Mm,
so
yes.
I guess he wrote all this, but he got his birth date wrong. I am really wondering if someone got into this account and hacked this. Because this is insane, okay? So this is a 14-year-old writing this. I am 15 in 21 days and don't want to wish I'm dead because of this horrible thing. Other questions. Do you
Right.
ever feel like you can't see something, though you can? Do you think the stuff I'm talking about with not being able to see well in the dark has to do with my eyes retaining light? Do you think that I can see faces clearly sometimes because there is too much glare from the light sensitivity? I know sometimes it's gone. Any recommended diets? What kind of 14-year-old talks like this? Writes like this? Can
They
someone
don't.
with severe VS like me please tell me how I can succeed in life with this? Do you feel depersonalized? Do you see a fingerprint in your closed eye vision?
No. I don't think it sounds like him at all.
I think somebody hacked this. I honestly do. This does not make sense.
Oh,
And I want to see if any of these people refer to him being 15.
I don't think at all.
Or did somebody add that in? Don't wish you're dead. It can be that bad. Count your blessings. Okay, so it is here. Okay, if this is him, this is just beyond crazy. It points to one thing. If this is him, he's very intelligent. He's doing
Very.
all this while going to school. He's researching all of this stuff.
Uh-huh. Where
And
does he have the time
you know
to
what
do
I
this?
find funny? If this is him, I'm thinking perhaps when you look at all of these questions that he's asking, maybe he's trying to impersonate, like, pretend he has this condition,
Yes.
like J-Bells, and trying to figure out and get firsthand knowledge of what people that suffer from this have,
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
so that he could use it for some reason.
Right.
Because who's going to ask all these questions like this? This exactly sounds like research that's being done. But it doesn't sound like a 14-year-old. So this is really going to work against him.
Yes.
Because it's going to show he's plenty competent, even though he's, suffering so badly with this. And recognizes it and is going for help.
Right.
I'm going to ask.
But but if it's him, he's not on medication. We would have heard he's on medication. And if he went to get help, he'd be on medication.
I'm going to start a poll. Oh, I have to end this poll. Hold on a minute. I have to start another poll. Did we get this? This is the one we just saw. What page are we on? Let's see. It hasn't affected my intelligence at all. I have not been able to spell the same way. I used to be a spelling bee champion. Now it's just average.
He's
I'm on page 10 now.
Hello, Janae.
Hi, Janae. Hi, Maliwa. So 55% are thinking this is him. Okay.
Hi, Nikki Mickey.
Something weird my VS does. Let's see. If I look far left with my eye, as I can without moving my head, I see a little silver flash. If I move my head, it's worse. If I look to the far right with my eyes, I will get a black germ-looking thing that turns bright yellow if I move my head. Does anyone have this? Also, if I squint my left eye and blink, the blackish thing is near my center of vision. Nobody answered him on that. It's on page 11. Vestibular disorder connection. Okay. %60 believe this is him. Well, any damage to this part of the brain will show up on an MRI. No damage with mine. I see he has no damage.
I think it could be.
This would hurt him, not help him.
Good.
I said, now he's selling stuff. It isn't a scam. You don't need to buy anything. Okay.
He's selling stuff from jail?
Well, I mean, he's like promoting stuff. I agree with the blood flow part. I actually made a thread about that before. But what causes this blood flow problem? It is still undiagnosed. In my head, after I exercise, my visual snow increases in intensity and the vein in my head pumps so hard I feel it. I think our veins are slightly inflamed from toxins. And then somebody, let's see, he said, do you have bad circulation? Blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'll buy it and post it here. Yeah, I have circulation there too, mostly in the chest and head though. Okay, and then someone says, good man, and he says, it isn't a scam. I have a whole bunch of people who did this and it worked. I know them in real life. And humans don't need carbs to live, my friend. You won't starve. You really don't understand this, please. Don't discourage me. I am not an idiot who falls for a scam. Okay, you will get complex carbs on the diet. It is required to eat only certain fruits. Yes, ethanol. There are certain kinds you can get and you can't have. Actually, I will be taking, and he puts the supplements that he will be taking. All one, Ketigo, base 30, supply. I don't know if this link will still work. Probably not. Yes, these sites are wrong, but they give you an idea of the stuff you have. In simplicity, a detox diet will fix any fungus or candida problems you have, so you can't say what I am saying is false. I am doing it, and I will make a vlog. Oh, a vlog! So don't worry. Okay, I denounce any relation to that site I just posted for you to see something that yeast overgrowth does as well as fungus. I will vlog the detox diet and you will see.
Some of those do work. No sugar. This could be anyone, though, in the whole world.
Okay, you will get complex carbs on the diet. It is only required to eat certain fruits. He just said something about my uncle. Hold on a minute. My friend's uncle, the one who introduced this to me, he had tumors on his stomach or lungs. I can't remember, but he took the diet for 2 years and they went away. He's an ex-Army Ranger and Green Beret with knowledge in the detox diet. Yes, those sites are wrong, but they give you an idea of the stuff you have. In simplicity, a detox diet will fix any fungus or candida problems you have. So you can't say, okay, I'm doing a vlog, blah, 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 blah. I denounce that, okay. Go to the next. Why won't you let me go here? How am I not living up to my word? There is something called shipping and handling, and I already said I would buy it. Okay, so this guy said to him, okay, admittedly, I thought it was an ebook, instant purchase and download. I'll give you a chance, XR. However, that spiteful comment was uncalled for. I was just thinking about the good people on here, looking at the history of my problems. I had terrible problems with constipation as a child. I think this could have been early signs of the onset. This theory is starting to ring home the more I think about it. And he says, and to everyone giving this a chance, thank you. I have been thinking in depth nonstop for 1.5 years about VS, causes and cures. And like you said, Matt, it does hit home.
Now he's getting personal.
Let's see.
Down to the nitty gritty.
You know, yes, I know completely what you're talking about. I am not talking about the Candida diet from candidafree.com, but I'm talking about the George Kaufman diet from knowthecause.com. I will be posting it soon, like I said. Okay, you have to follow the exact diet. You can't do any diet. Please try this. So now he's trying to assist others, okay? I know the reason this is happening is because chemical imbalance caused by something. Your chemicals don't just get imbalanced. That's why I'm doing this diet. This isn't an ad. I never said Xanax was the cure. I just wanted to know if it actually helped people. Okay, I will do this diet. I just wanted you guys to understand that before I started it. I didn't buy the book yet. It's been rough lately. I really believe in this diet, but I sparked the interest in many people so much for Omega to even post a thread about the Candida diet, so I guess I am not failing my purpose. My friend's uncle is giving me the diet list soon. It's just been busy. I work too, you know. The diet is specific and you can eat certain foods only, so I will help you guys out. I am getting this information. Now this is now May 5th of 2011. Okay, so with...
This is forever ago.
Hold on a minute. 2011. Okay, he is 16.
Where was this found?
16, and he doesn't ever mention going to school. Okay. All right, let's see. I wouldn't fall for a scam. That's the difference between me and everyone on here except you and Matt. I haven't tried it. Honestly, I don't think I can do it. But when I was on a little 5-day trial period, some issues did go away. But that could be because I stopped drinking coffee.
Was in that group?
Oh, shit.
Caroline, was this in that group?
Yeah. What? No. Not at all. I thought you meant is this in a group? Okay. So now, is he gonna ever post in here again, or is he pissed?
I feel like a wet rag tonight. Wet noodle, whatever you call it.
That's how I felt earlier. I've been feeling that's tired. Like, well, not tired, but I don't know. Okay, so I don't see him posting in this. Let's go see if he's got anything else now. He's not really reaching out for help, Janae, because he's telling people, what to do.
How many people, I want to check the poll, see what,
53% say it's him. Let's see.
wow, more than not think it's him, huh?
But he's talking about quitting drinking coffee at 16?
At 16, yep. Quitting.
What 16-year-olds drink coffee?
And that he's working, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
that can't be him. I mean, well, 16-year-olds can work, but I mean,
Right, but he doesn't ever mention school.
he didn't say between school and work,
Right.
I'm always
Yeah.
busy.
I'm finding it very interesting.
It's somebody that's apparently older than 16. If he was drinking coffee, he started 12 years old drinking coffee?
Let's see.
At 16, I thought coffee
Like,
was
not
the most
one reference to
in the world.
school, not one reference at all to school. I find it extremely crazy.
Oh, Christine, I just got real nauseated last night. Sometimes that happens. I hate when this comes on me. But I'm feeling better. I'm just worn out now. Yeah, a lot of kids do drink coffee, Bucky, and you'd be surprised.
Well, then that's the lack of watching from their parents, because if my parents wouldn't let me drink coffee at that age.
Yeah, mine wouldn't either. A lot of the different cultures, though, their babies start drinking coffee. They water it down and with milk, and like in Peru, my friend Rena, she said, yeah, they would give it to them as babies.
Wow.
Diluted, diluted.
Yeah, but can you imagine the caffeine you're pumping into these kids?
I know.
They'd be dying.
But sometimes it does, you know what it does though, sometimes with people that have ADD and they're not on medication, the stimulant in the coffee helps them.
Oh, that's exactly, yes. With Isaiah.
Because
When
I
he
know
was
people
little?
whose kids have that and they let them have a cup of coffee.
That's what his doctor.
And that's why they'll
Yeah.
even say like Mountain Dew or something, because the caffeine in a child with ADHD can help them to focus. I know it sounds crazy. You think it
No,
would
it's
hype them
true.
up, but it makes them.
I know. I was surprised when Nikki told me, when she had taken Isaiah to the doctor when he was in first grade, and they said he had ADHD, and she said the doctor told her to have him drink a cup of coffee every morning before school if she didn't want to put him on medication, which she didn't want to put him on medication.
Right. Okay, let's see this. I can't remember anything from childhood. Let's see if he has any more of these. See, and I just find that weird. He can't remember anything from childhood. Okay, and this is 2010. This is when he's not even. This is just crazy.
That's the opposite of dementia. You usually can remember the past, but not like the immediate present.
Yeah.
I know, I'm starting to get it.
Stop saying that. If you do, go to the doctor. They'll give you something.
I should.
You should if you do. But you probably just have regular memory loss that happens.
Yeah, it is normal. The older you get, you start losing some memory. That's normal.
Seems to be my left eye peripheral. It's flickering like when you look at the sky, but it's ignorable. I thought I was losing the vision, but nah, it's just the flickering. just find this very difficult to believe.
And why are they so convinced that they think this is him?
Because they did a search with this EXARR because it relates to an email, and they got this, and they're sure that last active February 20th, 2012, that this is him.
You can't go by a name on an email. I mean, when I tried to get my email address, I had to try 6 different times, and mine is a strange. How many Bucky Ann's could there be out there in the world?
Yeah, yeah,
Right?
that name is taken.
Yeah, that name was taken. I tried it with my birthday. That was taken. You know, they gave me some weird number, a long weird number after it.
Right.
I ended up spelling it differently. That's how I was able to get it, but with numbers too.
Jody, Dave, my husband, won't drink coffee. He's never even tried
Oh, I
it.
know. I can't believe that.
He
I
said
don't drink coffee.
the smell.
You don't drink it either,
He doesn't
Bucky?
understand it.
No, never.
What kind of Italian are you?
It gave me. One time I was at work and I drank like 2 cups of coffee and I woke up in the hospital. They said I had a reaction to the caffeine and that I was allergic to it and not to drink caffeine. So I haven't had it since I'm.
Oh.
The
What,
first thing, but the
18,
first thing
19
you
years
have
old.
to do if somebody's coming over is make coffee.
Not at my house. I
Really?
make
Oh
it.
boy.
First of all, everybody that comes to your house comes with their own Starbucks. So nobody comes to my house with anything. They always have their own Starbucks cups. I only drink water.
Really?
Yeah.
Not even tea?
No. Too much
Oh,
caffeine.
wow.
I don't drink soda. Nothing like that.
Okay, so let's look at these. Here's visual symptoms from coughing. Let's see. Okay, I simply don't want to live anymore. Let's look at this. 2011, December 20th.
Who's eating?
I don't know, not me. I have had this for over 2 years, and I have it bad in every single way. Not one night have I slept normal since, and I feel like I'm trapped here. I have been able to block it out for a while now, but I realize what is wrong, and it suddenly becomes unbelievable. I am desensitized in every way now. People say these are supposed to be the years I enjoy and cherish. Well, I can't say I will cherish these days. Hold on.
I don't know, but whoever this person is, I feel bad for them. I don't think it's him.
Okay, so somebody's asking him stuff. You feeling the same way makes me feel someone is there. Thanks for responding to me. And I have taken migraine pills, actually every effective migraine pill on the market, and I ended up overdosing nearly 2 times off of those meds. I wouldn't consider doing that again, though. Okay. Nothing else there.
Any more?
I'm gonna say, let me see, no more on that thread there about that. I just have to accept it. Let's see what they've got here. This looks
Carolyn, I tried to buy a super chat and it didn't work.
I don't know.
I don't know what happened. It wouldn't work.
You just got it. Really? I don't know. It's weird. Okay, so this is, I have just accepted my visual snow finally. Now, these are his last posts here on this forum. I
Okay.
don't even feel the need to stay away from the forum. It doesn't scare me anymore. Anyone else come to, this is really going to work against him, okay? Anyone else come to terms? I feel like coming to terms could be a bad thing, though. Okay, so he doesn't need to feel the need to stay away from the forum. Hold on. Come on. Alright. Nobody answered in there, huh? Except for one person. I'm slowly coming to terms. Okay.
Jody, yep.
I stays on the case. But he says at one point he's 15 years old. I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
This was
Does
years
it-
ago. Janae thinks.
Does it fit with the timeline of his age now?
Yeah, 60% say it's him.
Does him being 15 in that year fit
Yeah,
with?
it does. It does. Yes. And it fits with his birthday by one day, but it could have been that he did it over midnight and he missed, so there's a day difference. So,
I stay
Wow.
on the case. We see you. Hello.
hi, Stace.
Wow.
I think he knows deep down that it's more of a mental issue, and that's why he's willing to deal with it or admit it. That's why he's setting on coming to terms with it.
Jeanette.
Okay. I get those as well when I first started working out. Now I don't unless I'm sprinting. Yeah, it seems that visual snow actually assimilates to the new things that occur. You just have to train your body to be used to physical pressure, and you'll never see this again when you cough. Okay, I simply don't want to live anymore.
Or toothpicks and just stuck them in his eyes.
Did we have this? I have it bagged in every single way.
That would have been convenient. We don't think of those things though, in the spur of the moment. Anything to get them off you.
Hearing you read that out loud, it sounded stupid. LOL, I was trying to say... Oh, here's what you wrote? No, it didn't sound stupid. I thought you meant... I was trying to say... is since he said it probably wasn't a good thing, it's like maybe he knew if there was more to it than just the snow. Okay. Stace said, didn't he get a psychology degree and then he's into criminal justice? Seems like he's trying to understand himself. Yes. A lot of people go into psychology for that very reason. Okay, let's see now.
Hi, Weeping Willow.
Has your vision gotten worse? If you take Plaquenil, you must read this.
Did he write that?
Yeah, I'm going to it right now.
No, did he write that? If you take
Yes,
Plaquenil?
Plaquenil.
Isn't that for cholesterol or
I
something?
don't know.
Or not?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
Plaquenil? I'll look
Yeah.
it up. With my glasses.
Probably I should stop. Should close some of these tabs and maybe I wouldn't have to. I've got 90,000 things open.
Oh, I hate when I lose my glasses. Ooh.
Let me close
Yes, I
some.
can. Oh, I got him.
Come on.
Plaquenil with a P.
Yeah.
That was me, W2 Scooter Weeping Willow, that I said hi to.
Okay.
Or hi to you,
Hello,
sorry.
Weeping Willow. Let me go over here. Come on. No, this just doesn't. 2 minutes.
It
outside.
decreases pain and swelling. It changes the way your immune system works.
What is it? Why
It
is
changes the way your immune system works.
Oh, my internet is going
It
crazy.
is a disease-modifying anti-rheumatic drug. It can decrease pain and swelling of arthritis. It may prevent joint damage and reduce the risk of long-term disability.
Is that right?
It's for lupus, arthritis, other autoimmune diseases. It's for like swelling and stuff. What are
Yeah,
the
they
side
say
effects?
Plaquenil is a disease-modifying anti-rheumatic drug. It can decrease the pain and swelling of arthritis. My aunt who has passed away was on those and she kept passing out. She said she had too much ammonia in her system from them. Weeping Willow said often used for rheumatoid arthritis. Okay. Well, I think I'm going to open up
Let's
a
see
new
what the side
version of
effects are.
this. And maybe close
Nausea, diarrhea.
close this one out because it's not responding at all.
Nausea and diarrhea, change in skin color. Nothing major.
Okay.
If you'd be so kind and hit the likes, that'd be awesome.
Control Alt Delete. Alright, and then see. What is up with this? Sorry guys, I'm trying to get this down because there's just it's stalling on me and I want to get to there's the other post that's I think we really need to get there. Don't worry about the black screen. It's just
Okay,
the computer. Don't worry, I'm still here.
okay.
I'm still here.
Okay.
We're still here, guys.
Carolyn, where'd you go?
Don't worry.
Don't leave me.
We'll be out of the dark. See, the bright light is coming. Just gotta get the task manager. Okay, get rid of that. Alright, now we're getting somewhere. We have the task manager. We have the task manager. Alright, I want you to see one other one though, and then we'll go on to something else, but hold on, of course. Alright, there's the fun. Please let me just close some stuff down. Don't get nervous. Okay, let's see. Crazy. Okay, now I can close some stuff down. Hold on. I'll end the tasks. I've got too many things way open, too many programs.
What's that noise?
I think it's somebody, not me.
I'm not making a noise.
Go find the box that's lighting up, Scooter, and yell at the person.
Happy.
And
Sounds like somebody's sliding boxes around or something.
Somebody's doing what?
sliding boxes.
Sliding stuff around. Maybe they're just moving around.
All's quiet on the western front
Scooter
over
is
here.
very
I'm not moving a muscle. Okay.
Okay, let's see. So I'm just gonna have to close down Chrome and reopen it.
Oh yeah, I hear it.
We're gonna find out who's doing.
I don't
Who's
hear
mo-
anything.
Who's moving the covers around?
Is Kevin in the chat?
No.
Yeah, I know. He told me
Me
about
too,
my
I
tardiness, right?
He
And-
was, Carolyn, but
Was he? Oh, okay.
he's not now. He's not now.
Hmm. Sharon is out for the. Sharon will wake up at about 4 in the morning, ready to go.
I wake up 2 and 4 in the morning.
Who wakes up at 4 in the morning
Well,
ready
Sharon
to go?
is because she's going to Okay, now we're showing up on the screen. Now I'm opening up a new thing of Google Chrome. We're gonna go
I wake
back.
up at 4.
Do you, for the day?
Yep.
My girlfriend wakes up at 2:30 in the morning for the day. She goes to bed at 6 o'clock at night. It's crazy.
I start
What
I
in the
start
world
talking
would
at
you do
4.
that for? I don't know.
Yeah, it's supposed to be dark, no remover, don't panic. Who
It's
did you
okay.
say wakes up at 4 a.m., Carolyn?
No, 2 a.m. My friend from my lifelong friend, she
Oh,
wakes up at, yeah,
oh.
it's crazy. She wakes up at she used to be 4 a.m. and then it moved to 2 a.m. It's nuts.
My
Sometimes-
mother-in-law used to do that. She'd drink a pot of coffee by the time you got up at 5 in the
Yeah,
morning. She'd be on
that's
the
how
second
she is. She's
pot of
right on the
coffee.
coffee. Exactly. Um,
Sometimes I get up at 2, then I get up at 4.
My
I
Aunt
have a
Shirley's
sleep-
like that too, guys.
7. I just start talking to everybody.
okay.
She's
I'm
in
usually
bed.
just getting to bed at that time.
Yeah, right?
Okay, so let's go to this one now. I just want to go to this one where it says, every time it goes away slightly. Where's this? Let's go with this one now.
Okay, so David has texted me or called me every day since we broke up.
Oh, really? He's just trying to keep you on the chain there.
Weird.
What does he say?
Just little texts, but
Oh, hi, how you doing?
yeah.
Arteries might be inflamed. Let's see if this
Weird,
says
right?
anything. Yeah. I believe it's to have its nerve roots as well as its vein roots, arteries. It seems like this disease we all have is some type of inflammatory disease. In this case, it would be easily treatable. Honestly, the tests would not pick up inflammation of little veins. They could detect an artery though, but not always. It's really diagnosed by inflamed veins and arteries. And if you have these symptoms, then you know you have the disease. When I got an optical test done on me, it was shown that my nerves and veins were inflamed for no reason, causing something that looked like optic neuritis. But it wasn't. It's a tricky disease. How can you explain the fact that all of us can feel the heartbeats all over our bodies and only people that suffer? We already read that. Okay, wait a minute. See if there's any more of this one before I go to the one.
Carolyn, the screen is still black on the
Mine's-
YouTube.
Oh, that's weird.
Mine's not.
All right, let me see.
I can see on the Zoom, but on the YouTube, it's
Alright.
still black.
All right, let me see what's going on.
For once, mine isn't.
All right, let's see.
Well, Jeanette said it's black.
I know, I see
Yeah.
it's, yeah, I got it.
Black.
I'm gonna try to fix it. Okay, let's see. Okay, so how about that? No. Oh, let's see. Now let me make this way too big. I don't know why this is so freaking big. You can't see both people. Still too big. Okay, now I think almost the right size. Okay. Now they see anything now?
All right, it's the resolution, it's too big. Got
No,
to size it
right,
down.
right, it is sized down, you just have to
Yeah.
wait for the delay.
There you go.
All right, so it'll show, but now I've got to get this screen capture going. Okay, so normally we just want the audio, the screen capture. Let's go on to that screen, screen 2. See if that's gonna change. Let me close this one. Now let's see. There, it should be fixed now. Okay.
Looks okay now.
It'll be a minute before it catches up and shows you the thing. But it'll
Yeah,
be,
it's showing it.
yeah, it will.
Yep.
What do you see now?
Aphasia.
Right, you see like the message boards?
Yes, I see the
Yeah,
message
okay,
boards.
so it should be good now. All right, let's see. Preview, where were we? I had to go to the one where he was not feeling good. Okay, so we have to go all the way back to one, I believe.
Snow remover, have you seen it? Have you had a lot of snow up in your area this winter so far?
Okay, I think this is the one. I have had this horrible depersonalization go on in my life for almost 2 years. This is July 4th, 4th of July, 2011. So he is 16 years old. For almost 2 years. I often find myself making simple human interactions, but it is as if I am playing a role-playing game such as Oblivion. I can see what is going on. I am slightly into it, but I can pause the game and focus on my real life. In this case, my life is the game, and my old self can be reached by pausing the game, but how? I often think of things that humans do, things I have done my whole life. I feel like an organic sack of meat with no self-worth, as I am starting to view everyone as this. Everything I have ever done makes no sense. How did things get this way? How am I wearing this shirt, and who decided that humans shall wear shirts like this? Are we all just advanced animals with possessions, or is there more that I can't see? I can't connect. I view everything as I would if I were playing Oblivion. Pointless and full of nothing, out of reality. I am moving out of my house. He's moving out of his house when he's 16 years old. This doesn't make sense. My last holidays were already lived. But where was I? As my family group hugs and celebrates, I am stuck in this void of nothing, feeling completely no emotion, feeling nothing. I feel dirty, like there is dirt inside of my head, my mind. I am always dizzy and confused. I feel no self-worth. I am intelligent, but I feel the opposite. I say things I don't mean. The last holiday in my house, the house I grew up in, the house I once contributed to, the house I once felt at home in, is past. As I hug my family, I look into their faces. I see nothing. It is like I am looking at a video game, but less. I feel less than mentally damaged. It is like I have severe brain damage. I am stuck in the depths of my mind where I have to constantly battle my demons. Am I here or am I fake? I feel myself slipping away. I hear screams faintly, but I constantly battle away from it. What if I let go? Where would I be? Would I ever come back to reality? I try to remember where I originated from, but I can't. I barely remember my childhood. I often fear being 80 years old, alone, and having faint memories of my parents. Everything I missed out on. I think about my father, what a good man he is, how I treat him like dirt because I have this condition and I can't take it. I might spiral out of control and lose myself in the void. I can't let it all go. All of these regrets I predict for my future self. All of these thoughts of remorse. I got this when I was in my stage of discovery. Now I look in the mirror and I see this sickly, tired, useless, and stupid man in the mirror. He is a complete disgrace. He doesn't even deserve to live. I remember when I was 15. I would wander alone at 2 a.m. Everything was so generic. Nowhere felt like home. I saw things that were not there, a different reality. I felt eerie and alone. I died during those nights. I felt like a criminal. But where was my record? I can't talk without flinching now. I used to be this healthy blonde-haired boy with blue eyes, and in a few years I have darker hair and darker eyes, half the body weight. Where did I leave off? I try to sleep. I try to clear my head, but the pressure won't go away. The pain and depression won't leave. Being me is this horrible disease that I was given. I think of this as I succumb to sleep. But I see a large intensity of black, yellow, white fuzz. It makes my mind fizzle, and I can barely keep in the bounds of reality. It is as if the ringing in my ears and the fuzz in my vision is simply all of the demons in my head mocking me. I fall asleep, but I wake up quickly to bloody screams. Is any of this here? Am I brain damaged? No? Then why am I like this? I have these thoughts all in my head. I search for someone to relate to. Everyone looks down upon me. No one can relate. As I try to read, suddenly my eyes look right through the words. When I look up, I see blue dots near the center of my vision. When I feel slightly calm, it gets hard to breathe, and I see bright dots in my vision. Nothing I do is enjoyable. I am blank. I have no opinion. I have no emotion. I have nothing. Can you relate?
Carol and Julie W. would like to know, where are these posts from?
They are from a forum here. It's called Tap Talk and the archives. Rocky's making a squeaky sound. Okay. Let's see now.
I feel really bad for this kid, whoever it is, and I hope they grew up to be okay.
Now hold on
If
a
it's
minute.
him, wow, I don't know.
Okay, so let's see if nobody said anything to him after that. No. Let me go back to, there was another really,
Janae, why are you so sure it's him? Just a gut feeling?
where was it? How come this moves me? Don't move me off my page. I went crazy on Topamax. Look at that. Somebody asked about Topamax. He says I went crazy on Topamax. Simply don't want to live anymore. Did we taken migraines? Everyone on the market. We read that one, right? Simply don't want to live anymore. Sometimes, when we move from a sitting position to a standing one, our VS turns really bright and intense in comparison to the usual. Today I got up and it got so bad I almost fell, and my heart pounded intensely. I couldn't see for that 0.8 seconds completely. Oh, look at this though. VS has improved. I started treatment for hypothyroidism. And also, I am exercising very heavily and eating a lot of very good stuff. Find no joy in life.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, huh?
I feel blank and so generic. I can barely remember my eventful childhood. And I try to think of my childhood. I become upset and into a depressed state. If there's any, let me just see if there's, am I missing something? head rush. So what does blood pressure, fainting cause? Ginkgo biloba, glad form was unpleasant. Okay. I am pledging loyalty to this site. It has helped me amazingly.
Ever happened to Jeff coming up?
His wife wouldn't let him tonight.
Oh.
To keep the little lady happy. My pupils were going crazy. I could barely look at light. I felt like a film over my vision and it got sensitive to light. It's like the film made stuff fade out, but not completely. Ever happened to you guys? It also looked to be like a whitish shaped circle in my vision, outlining the light I saw in my vision. This is going on, sort of. This is going on now, sort of. Okay, am I the only one? Thanks. Okay, did he say anything before this? Here we go. I always feel as if I'm not there, completely depersonalized. Mentally, I experience fog, lack of comprehension at some times, feel like my life is a movie, depersonalization, depression, no increase in activity, constant thought of suicide. I thought he said he didn't have that. Crazy thoughts, delusions of grandeur, anxiety, poor self-image, poor social skills, no emotion. I feel like nothing has a point to it. When I get home, I am mean to my family. This started when VS did. I felt no emotion, and along with the depersonalization, I can say and do whatever I want with little remorse. Everyone hates me pretty much. I'm an a-hole. Okay, and this guy says to him, you're not the only one. I used to feel like this, to the point of taking nearly drastic measures. Let's see what else he says. Thanks a lot, guys. This helped me a lot. I was not sure if it was normal to have depersonalization to my extent, but it is. I will not pursue happiness and do what makes me happy. No, you're not alone, everybody's telling him, okay? Let's see.
He sure has a lot of energy to write all this stuff.
And for such a young kid, that's what's getting to me.
Yeah. I don't know, if this was all true and not
Palinopasia is the least of my worries. I took Topamax before and it just made me insane. I broke my table for no reason, seriously. LOL. I never really cared about the images since I had developed them at age 9 and they got intense. There's another one.
And if that's not him, I think we have something to worry about with someone else.
Yeah. I always feel as if I'm not there, completely depersonalized. Is this? I thought we read this one, but let me see. Okay, we did read that one. Why is it in the same? It shouldn't be in that. Okay, this one says, damn, now we will never know the cause and cure of VS. I don't know, he's playing around with them. He put a like a code in here. I'm so confused. Leave, not visit the forum. You're having a laugh, ain't you? Good luck, XR, and thanks for delivering on all of your promises, the good folks of this forum. Okay, so he really believes in this diet here. Does anyone care? I would really like to find if you're okay.
Carolyn,
says-
Halo Effect said palinopsia, however you pronounce it, is when you look at an image and you see a trail. Oh, so Kate stays on that case says, so he's seeing tracers.
Okay.
I've seen that before over the,
Oh, you're gonna think
Over
you have
the
everything,
years,
yes. Don't ever
trails.
give up. These pills cause bad outbursts because your VS is related to chemical imbalances. Pills imbalance your brain. Don't make something that's already imbalanced more imbalanced. So he was replying to somebody there about he had like he didn't want to take any pills, okay? Told them don't ever give up. Let's go back to there he goes. Don't have these pills. I thought.
All right, everyone, I'm gonna get going. I'm gonna get
Okay.
some sleep.
All right.
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right.
Take
Bye,
care,
Lucky
Bucky,
Ann.
and
Have a
thank
good
you for
night.
joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
okay,
Sleep well.
bye-bye.
Sweet
Good night.
dreams.
Oh, look, he met somebody. Let's see. What did he say here? Yeah, but a lot of people I know have minor versus. I remember when I had minor VS, and it didn't faze me at all. They don't understand. He says, yeah, I never thought it normal, but I didn't think it was abnormal really because all the tests I ever had came back good. We are the chosen ones, this guy says. Our brains have a special gift. That's what I tell myself.
I agree, Julie W.
What did she say?
She said she doesn't think it's him.
I know, it's weird, right?
It's awfully convenient for this to.
The benefit
You know
of
what
our
I'm saying?
disease. Okay. I have become very deep and determined on goals. It made me smarter.
Thank you so much, everyone, for hitting the like button. 102 likes, 260 watching. Thank you so much.
Does anyone in your family have VS? And he puts that VR thing again for break.
Ashley thinks it is him. Yeah, well, so does Janae. I mean, I'm sure a lot of other people probably do too. Hey, I don't know. I'm just saying I don't think it's him. But who knows? It could be. I'm sure we'll find out someday.
Yeah, there's no way any of this can be ruled out because there's a gag order, so we have to discuss everything that we can that's not unhealthy.
Anything that
'Cause-
makes our brain chemistry more messed up is not good. Well, this all goes against his supposed heroin addiction because they're asking about Valium and he's saying, nope, no good, Xanax and all this stuff, okay? Has anyone been to a migraine specialist? Okay, so here's another thing that could, that points that this could be him, where he says he went to Philly. Well, if you lived in Pennsylvania where he did, it wouldn't be out of the norm to go to Philly for a specialist. He said, I could have went to Philly for this. So that's another thing that points to this being him, but it's just so weird.
Could you show that picture again, the profile
Yes, I
on
will.
that?
I will.
Because I saw a picture today, you know, I mean, you've seen it too, where he was
Yeah.
young.
Uh-huh.
I thought maybe it could be him, sort of.
Yeah, same thing.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. We all think a lot of things at the same time. We just don't say them.
I just
I was
thought
thinking
that.
the same thing. I just didn't know. There's been some other inconsistencies on that thread she's on right now too. Like there's actually another guy named Bryan on here, so it is kind of.
Oh, but see, is it a newly made one?
I actually haven't researched it real deep on the one that's actually named Brian, Bryan.
Oh,
Could have just been somebody commenting back that just coincidentally
this
had the name.
This is Byron with a Y, which is weird because he's Brian with a Y.
Correct. So you always want to pay attention to weird things like that. Because what if they got locked out of their account and then they came back later and made a new one or something? You never really know.
Okay, so that's as big as it's gonna get right there, Scooter. You'd have to open it and search images on Google. But,
I wish they would let us know if this is really him, because I would really be more interested in it,
oh,
you know?
so that's as good as it's gonna get right now. You barely see his eyes, only his nose and his mouth. Take a screenshot. Okay, let me see here. I'm upset. I got that right. I find no joy in life. Okay, so ginkgo biloba worked for me a little. I actually came up with a theory all by myself that it was blood flow related, and apparently a lot of you did too. But I think the only way to solve the problem is to find the source. I might try an anti-inflammatory soon. Yes, Vulture, same here. Okay, that's not really, it's pretty eventful, that one. ECT.
Wouldn't it be crazy if he could do a simple Google search and figure out simple ways to solve all this stuff, whoever this person is going through?
Yeah.
Because like sometimes all you got to do is just type the health issue into Google and hit enter, and it'll give you results.
Okay. He tells this person, it sounds like you are on mind-altering medication, need help. When I was on Topamax, I did crazy shite that I should have died from. That's interesting.
Nikki was on that. You know, for her seizures.
Yeah. Was
I
she
don't
doing
think there's
crazy?
any
Was she
medicine
doing
she
crazy
hasn't
crap?
on.
I did crazy that I should
Oh,
have
yeah,
died
there's
from ...
a She has epilepsy, and yeah, a lot of these medicines have really caused a lot of weird things to happen to her. I forget what she's on right now.
Well, he definitely mentioned Xanax in that thread, and that's for sure mind altering.
Okay.
Well,
My
she's off of
pupils-
that now, but yeah, she was hooked on that for a long time.
Right. My pupils were going crazy. I could barely look at light. I felt a film over my vision. I got a sensitivity to light. The film made stuff fade out. Did we? I think we went over this one. Hold on. Yeah, we did that one. Let's go over another one. Mental effect driving. Let's see what that does.
I thought you did a great job when you covered this the other night.
Does VS mental block depersonalization affect driving? He says, does it? They're saying not really, not really.
Right.
Okay, so he's wondering if it affects driving, because probably if this is him, he was probably going to, we've heard that one. I always feel like I'm not there. No interest, constant, it's crazy, we heard that one. There's another board here that he, try look for. I'll see if it comes up after. Let's see. Something peculiar I noticed. I even said in my previous thread that this is possible. Something's inflaming them. I know what it is. I am not going to dare post it here.
Alrighty.
I even said in my something is inflaming them. I know what it is, but I'm not going to dare post it here. Interesting.
What did he say in his last thread that it is possible?
About I think it was it the driving or let me see. I didn't buy the book yet. It's been rough lately.
Well, it'd probably be the guy right before it, wouldn't it?
Okay, I went to that. They asked something about driving.
Does it give you the option to like to search the thread with keywords? Like you could put HTTP in and see how many times he puts links in there on the whole thread.
I don't know. I can give you the link if you want to try.
I've actually got the link to
Okay.
this.
It is VS related.
It's
so I
a
was
wild
going to
mess
say
is
the
what it
ER would be
is.
pointless. In time, it will fade. If not, go to the ER. He's giving someone else advice. Mm.
Yeah, that statement he said didn't make no sense, did it? Don't go, do go. Don't go, do go.
Sweet, hook me up when I can go. Let's see what this is. Yes, it got worse due to a medicine. Then there's a chemical imbalance due to them. If you go do the diet, will remove the trace of it, thus leading to a chemical imbalance. How am I moving to my word? We got that already. Let's see if there's something came over here for it. I am buying it and posting the meal man. Don't worry about buying it unless you want clarity. I am going to post videos on it and whatnot. He might have a YouTube channel somewhere. And to everyone giving this a chance, thank you. I've been thinking in depth nonstop for 1.5 years about VS causes and cures, and like you said, Matt, it does hit home. Med withdrawal, yes, the dead person. Seeing a psychologist tomorrow. Advice needed, let's see.
Alright, stop holding back, Al. Let us know what you think. I think Scooter's going to get the fire ants on
You
him.
yourself even said you have mental disturbances. I think a lot of us have some emotional damage because of what we have been through. What we have it. Because what we have is tough and scary, but one day this won't affect you. For a while, some symptoms will get worse, but it will halt like a year into it, and the VS never gets that worse after like a month into it. I believe my detox theory, and I am confident it will work. Don't let the guy put you on meds, because that will ruin it. Trust me. Let's see.
Narcissistic words. Yes, sir, I know you're 16. I'll trust anything you say. You tell me. It does make you question to think if this was him, why wouldn't they take it all down?
What if VS is permanent?
No, that's the thing too, yeah.
Yeah, because this is the hottest lead
There have
anyone's
been
got.
success stories where people don't have VS anymore, but if it is permanent, how will B come to terms with it? I know it isn't permanent, guys. I'm just wondering. It seems I have pondered that thought every day of my life with VS. Oh, he didn't edit no more. Okay. Let's see. Oops, hold on a minute. This is the, let me go back. I feel, according to my theory, adding to the toxins is going to make it worse. This proves my theory is right. Diets and, okay. I have gone to the extremes of both. Let's see. Hi, Kalani. Okay, so he says diets and detoxes. Oh, somebody wrote that. He said, you have to follow this exact diet. You can't do any diet. Please try this. That was somebody writing to him. Okay. Oh, look at that.
What?
There's the rap songs.
Huh?
I saw a SoundCloud where somebody said it was a rap song of his, but it was just instrumental. And I thought, well, that's weird. But I bet it now he says, I want to express our struggles through rap. I think people should know that he's going to release a rap song. And that would coincide with the SoundCloud I have. But it's just instrumental that I can hear. I just kind of skimmed through it because I didn't think it was him. That's interesting.
I wonder what would happen if you took that screen name he's using here and took it to Google and see how far it took you.
Took it to where?
Like the name he's using on these forums, took
Yeah.
it to Google search and seen if he's
Google.
using that username anywhere else online.
Yeah, I think I have.
That's because I don't think I actually did that.
I think that's how I got the SoundCloud thing.
Whoever this is, they are definitely all over the place. I mean, because it goes from one thing to the next, from the one thing to the next. He's talking about VS to rap music to Xanax to
Oh gosh,
I
it's
mean,
so hot in here.
Diet.
yeah, diet.
Everyone I know noticed VS when I told them about it. There's always slight dots, but not as noticeable. I also noticed it as a child. Maybe our brains don't filter it out. I think we went on that one already. Go back. 2 blue circles.
It makes you wonder if this is him, if he was using these forums when he was younger because he didn't have anyone to talk to.
Yeah.
So he was like using this instead of going into a doctor's office and talking to a doctor about all this
But
stuff.
But he does say he's going, see, I'm going to talk
Right,
to a good
yeah, but I mean, like
neurologist.
he's using whoever this person is, they're using this forum thread as like a way of release too. I mean, you go look at the typical WebMD forum post, and it don't look like this.
Julie W. asked, how many years was he supposedly on?
It looks like 2 to 3 years or something like that. 2009 to 2012.
Yeah, when you hover over his profile, it pops up
Yeah,
actually.
2009 to 2012.
And a lot of people, they think it's him for the specific reason, I think, because he's so focused on the diet.
Okay, so this is the one about the Planaquil that we were at. It is a very rare condition caused by the medicine. It is unrelated to visual snow, though. See, someone saying, I was on this board several years ago. I found the reason for my visual disturbances. If you take Plaquenil, please read my blog. It may save your eyesight. My new ophthalmologist told me I should try my best to be an educator on this subject. Since it took me nearly 16 years to find out what was wrong. And then he says, it is a very rare condition caused by the medicine. It is unrelated to visual snow, though. That's what he says. How does this keep it? Against him? House catching on fire. What are you talking about, house catching on fire, Coffee? What is Coffee talking about? Glad forum is still getting use.
Lynn Glad was wondering if you could, a better look at the profile picture or something.
I just did that. It's it's right here. I don't know if you.
It's right there on the right, Mommy,
That's
actually.
as big as it's going to get. Any more than that, you can take it from there and make a screenshot of it or whatever and enlarge it. But the pixelation is going to be terrible because it's not a very good quality picture. Neighbors here. Migraine specialist. Seeing a psychologist tomorrow. What if it's permanent? Invitation.
You're welcome, Julie. No problemo.
You never talk that sweet to me.
I don't.
I'm just kidding. You're always sweet, Scooter.
Vestibular disorder connection. Night makes me feel bored. Okay, so.
I wouldn't say it looks photoshopped to me necessarily, Julie. Because it just looks like some guy holding a camera pointed towards his face.
Okay, hang on a minute. I have to go real
I don't
fast.
know.
Hold on. I have to shut the heat is on like 1,000 degrees in here, and I don't know what is going on. Hold on, I've got to go shut the heat. So Jimmy must have went and left it absolutely blaring. It's not. Just hang on. Just right back.
I know it's incredible how she keeps controlling the computer while she's turning the heat down.
Oh,
That was freaky to me for a second. I thought you got up and the screen was moving.
Oh no, it's a sauna. Hold on.
Yeah, I turned mine up an hour ago and I had to jump up and turn it back down.
I might as well start the dish. I just gotta put the dish soap in the dishwasher.
I can't stand that smothering
So I don't
feeling.
know. You guys think that's him? I mean, there are very
I don't
strong-
know.
strong
What do you
things.
think,
I
Scooter?
mean, unless somebody was able to
Right, I didn't
recreate
hear
this
the
entire
question.
thing and backdate it with responses that matched his, it's highly unlikely. So it looks like it's him. But a 14-year-old writing like that, wow. And that is so interested in all of this medical stuff. Crazy. Elle, what do you think?
What was the question?
What do we think about this thread and the
Yeah,
person?
yeah.
Somebody that needs a lot of help at the time.
Yeah, but do you think it's him?
I'm not sure. I really don't know. I kind of think it's not. But I don't know.
Someone said self-medicating earlier. Makes sense, Stace. Julie says no. She doesn't think it's him. Really, Julie? You want me to send you the link so you can look at it? You think this is when he became a vegan? Maybe it's when he said he was very mean to his family. He got so obsessed with this he didn't want to use any pots or pans, and because residue could affect his health. Maybe. You want an apology letter? Why? I didn't. Why? Why do I have to give Janae an apology? Wow. Okay. So I think if you think about what the aunt said, it might just not be that he's a vegan. He might have gotten so OCD to the point that he thought his health would fail or something would happen to him if any of the meat residue got in there, right? Oh, my camera turned on. So that kind of. Oh my gosh. Are you guys still here?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
we-
Okay.
you're
Because
here.
my computer's locking up and it's driving me crazy, and I keep thinking that nobody's here.
No, we are here with you.
Okay. Thank you. What do you think, Scooter? You're a woman of very little words tonight,
I know.
and very little camera.
I told her I was going to replace all that popcorn I ate.
Okay, let me. I'm just gonna see. Uh-oh. Oh, I think the Zoom ended. Okay, don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. I'm gonna start it over. Don't be nervous. Hang on. I have to start a new Zoom. I'm still here. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. I'm still here. I have to start a new Zoom. You can still hear me, right? See, as soon as Video Reel said we're still here with you, they went away. I can still hear Video Reel. I don't know why. Oh, I think he's still trapped in the Zoom, the other Zoom. Hold on, I have to start a new Zoom. I can hear them talking on my phone. I can hear you guys. Oh no. Come on. Oh my goodness, everything is locking up on me. Oh, here goes that life support sound. Okay, hold on. Oh my goodness. Hold on, let me get the zoom up, okay? Stick with me. Hi, Nikki. You're leaning towards it being him? Yeah, the questionnaire style is similar, right? Yeah, I'm kind of getting that way too. It's getting weird, right? Well, this is what we're doing, research. You're nervous? Don't be nervous, please, Linda. Don't be nervous. I won't let you go down. I promise I will take care of you. Linda, please, hold on. This begins the origins of the questionnaire. Yes, right, Janae? Okay, so I'm going to end the other meeting. Watch, they're all going to get popped out of the other one. And now I'm going to have to put a new one in here. Okay, the invite link has been popped on my clipboard. Okay, now let me go to, so sorry. Supposedly 50 with muscular arms, but small chest doesn't fit. I know, but so much of it does fit. We have to like look at that now, right? Don't we? Hold on, I'm trying to get the. Uh-oh, my thing is spinning now. Why is it spinning? Can't be that far behind. Everything is spinning. Hold on, let me move this up. There we go. Please be good. Please be good. Okay, we're back. Let me get everybody else back who wants to come back. Wouldn't he be heavier? No, because he said he jumped a bunch of weight, he said. And you have to remember, he could have changed that photo when he stopped to use, closer to when he stopped using the site in 2012. Okay, so. Okay, let me go and put this in. Things do kind of add up. Oh gosh, I don't know where the freak Slack is. Just hold on, we're going to do it like something with that site in just a second. I just have to close some of these tabs. I have to close some of this crap. And I have to go give them the number. Just hang on with me for a second. I'm just going to stop touching my computer. I'm going to stop because the more I touch it and I'm like impatient and I'm clicking, it's going to take that much longer for it to come back. Oh my gosh, please. Sometimes if I get my phone out, and I might go, that's fine, I'm just going to go on my phone, and then my computer responds, don't ask me. It does. It's like it gets jealous or something, I don't know. Okay. Still not responding in real time. I don't have that many tabs open anymore. I don't know why it's freaking. Come on. Oh, but it does fit also with that rap song that was 2011. You can listen to it. I can give you the SoundCloud link. I'm just not going to play it. But I breezed through it. I didn't hear rapping. I just heard music. But I could have missed the rapping. I don't know, because I just didn't. I honestly didn't want to listen to any music that he made. You know what I'm saying? For like a number of reasons. I just didn't think it would be, you know. Yeah, no. Okay. I'm getting into Slack now. All right, let me see. So I've got to go to dinner. Come on. Oh my goodness, please. I'm really sorry, guys. We're going to get right back to this, but I just have to get the panel people. I just have to post a link here. Come on. This is ridiculous. Come on. No, I have to do it again. It's just not, it's not liking it this time. Invite, copy invitation. Come on. Where's my assistant? She's sleeping, I think. She said she was going to be up the whole night, but she's not. Where's my entourage? My daughter used to watch this babar we got one time, and it was Artur. It was the weirdest babar I've ever seen. And he'd be like, "Where's my entourage?" And then daughter was like 2 years old. She was very precocious. She learned to read at 3 and by 2 she was. But she would go around the house. She'd go, "Get me my lawyer." And we were like, where did she hear that from? And you want to know where it was from? It was from Charlie Brown, the Easter Beagle. When I think it's Marcy says, or Pepper and Patty says, like, "Get me my lawyer," because Marcy keeps doing something to the eggs, or it's Lucy. It's one of them. Somebody says it in there. It took us so long to figure out where it was from. She would just walk around and she'd go, "Get me my lawyer." Okay, this is ridiculous. That I can, oh my gosh, I am ready to. Come on. Won't paste in there, huh? Nope. Try it again. I'm sorry, guys. If it doesn't work out this time, I'll have to give him the numbers after the Zoom because that's wasting like way too much time. Let's see. And we'll just have to go on. All right, it won't let me do it. Okay. Let's see if I can pull up the message board again. This is ridiculous. And I've restarted Chrome. See what the task manager is doing. What the freak is this task manager doing? Oh my gosh. I'm going to close some of these things right now. Oh, that's the one I was using. I'm just going to close Google Chrome completely. It's just, it's ridiculous. Let me just start it over completely. End task. Hang on. It's ridiculous. For some reason there's like 2 Zooms on there. Okay. Now it should be hopefully good. I'm going to reopen Chrome. Oh my gosh. Okay, hang on. I'm going to try to put this. Be quiet. Okay, let's see now. Go back to, I think it'll work now. I'm really hoping it's going to work now. So I can put their number in and then I can, come on. I know, I feel people messaging me and emailing me. Everybody's probably left. To do this again, come on. I've shut everything down in Google Chrome. I've restarted, and I don't know what the freak is going on here now. Get rid of that. We don't want that. Okay. Now, invite. Come on, you're not being taxed at all. Okay, maybe I'm not supposed to have anybody on panel with me tonight. Okay, I'll try to get it done after the live. I'm going to finish with what we're doing because I can't even tell if anybody's even here yet. Let's go back to the message boards. I'm going to grab this and I'm going to see if we can do some searching for him, okay? Search in forums. Let's search for his name. EXAR. Hold on a second. Just trying to search something, okay? Okay, so the wrap, it's a wrap. I'll show it to you. So there may be voice on it. Again, I just didn't really want to listen to it because I didn't really think much of it, and the music when I first played it didn't even sound like rap. Now, where did I put that? I go to SoundCloud. SoundCloud. Did I leave it here? I think I put it on my phone. Okay. This is really going great now, huh? All right, let me go get my thing here. Okay. Search for author. Let me search for an author and see if I can find. Okay, I'm just going to pull him over here. This is his profile. Joined November 1st. Last used. So don't want to let me do that, huh? What does visual snow look like? Okay, so let's go back to him. Let's go to the very earliest of his. Should have been 2000 here. It is 24/7, but I feel like it's deteriorating my peripheral vision. It started after I woke up with severe VS. I think that maybe there is a pill that will at least stop the stupid side VS. It is almost like there is a film, like a black shade with flickering over my eye, and it is not even, let me see here. Let's go over there, and let me just, I don't know where my live is, so my live stream, I don't even know if you guys are still here or what's going on. Okay. Have you seen an ophthalmologist? Okay, so he says, and not worried, but now it's new, so WTF. See, then it pops me right up to there. Okay. I've had this for over 2 years. I've had it bad in every single way. Not one night have I slept normal. I feel like I'm trapped here. Oh my gosh. What is it, Scooter? Hello?
Yeah, I just want to tell you, you have a nice crowd. Everybody's still here. And
Okay.
nobody, it's
Oh.
good.
Okay, thanks.
Over 200 plus. Okay.
Okay.
I keep hearing you say that, and I'm like, oh my gosh, yeah, everybody's here. Deb said we're fine. We can wait
Okay.
to get in. It's no big deal.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, thanks. All right, bye. Okay. She's trying to tell me everybody's still here. Okay, great. I feel the same. It's horrible most of the time. Okay, so this guy's turned to benzos, opiates, but that's not him. This is him. He's saying, I have been able to block it out for a while now, and I realize what's wrong, and it suddenly becomes unbelievable. I am desensitized in every way. People say these are supposed to be the years I enjoy and cherish. Well, I can't say I will cherish these days. Oh, she scared me when she said you have a nice taste. Oh my God. Stop. Don't go there. Hi, Jeanette. Okay. You're feeling the same way. It makes me feel like someone is there. Thanks for responding to me. And I have taken migraine pills. Actually, every effective migraine pill on the market. I ended up overdosing nearly 2 times off of those meds. I wouldn't consider doing that again, though. So what I can say is if this is him, we know that if he's telling the truth here, we're going to see a huge medical history. We're going to see probably the way he's saying he's done such horrible things that should have gotten him killed. We're either going to hear about some of that stuff, and it doesn't look like he has a criminal, he's been arrested or anything for them, but what's going on with that, right? What the heck was he doing? I think there's a lot in this guy's past here. If this is him. If this is him. Now, what would be interesting? Let's see something. This guy here, he was talking to this guy, Matt, but this guy was last active on the 2013, Matt. Read more posts, 120 remaining. So let's go to the last one and see. Somebody said that poster, I don't know if they're tough, so did it ever go away completely? I wonder if he ever came back under another name. Adios, amigos. There's someone here named Byron. I'm legit, but signing off now. That's cure for real. I gave birth to a daughter 11 months ago. It didn't change. It just got bloody worse. So So everybody's still here that was here when he was there, but I don't see him here yet. Let's go to 9 on this one. Didn't buy the book. It's been rough lately, right? I really believe in this diet, but I sparked interest in many people. So much for Omega to even post a thread about the Candida diet. So I guess I'm not feeling my purpose. My friend's uncle is giving me the diet list soon. I've been busy. I've just been busy. I work too, you know. The diet is specific and you can eat certain foods only, so I will help you guys out. I'm getting the information. So look what somebody said to him. Somebody got upset with him and said, you sparked people's interest because you said you knew the cure, not because you came up with something so brilliant. So this does go to prove his grandiosity, right? Because he's saying, like, he's so brilliant. If you had the title say a diet that might help you, you would have got very little interest. The only reason you got this interest is because you lied. You lied that you knew the cause and cure and have not delivered anything. I am being harsh, but this thread is absolutely ridiculous. This is going nowhere. Nothing positive is coming from this. Only argument. Can moderators please close this? And somebody said over here, I am sorry, XR, if you were actually just the victim of a snake oil salesman, but I had to pull you up either way. Why? Easy, because you are hurting the members of the site by helping somebody who couldn't care less about them take their money, and you are using deception to do so. He says, I wouldn't fall for a scam. That's the difference between me and everyone on here except you and Matt. Okay, this guy's replying, Balance is replying. How exactly do you know that this is a chemical imbalance? That is also just a theory. While this may not be an ad, I am confused as to why you're promoting it yet. You haven't been cured so far. I'm sure you can understand the confusion people here share about this theory. No one is going to start doing a diet because someone says it is a cure without any evidence. Well, some people will. Desperation can make you do some silly things, though. I've been there too. Something doesn't cut it. If you want this to be taken seriously, then come back with this and present it and some credible evidence. Until then, I don't think this theory will be taken very seriously. Many people here, including myself, have done diets to no success. But prove me wrong. I'd love this to be the cure, but it just does not make sense. And he says, I never said Xanax was the cure. I just wanted to know if it actually helped people. Okay, I will do the diet. I just wanted you guys to understand this before I started it. Okay, then he writes to this Serby says, I can offer a little bit of additional validity to this theory. A couple of months ago, I decided I was eating badly and changed my diet, cutting out heavily, reducing things that were full of sugar or vinegar. I saw an extremely good improvement in a lot of the symptoms. Okay, so blah, 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 blah. So he says, yes, I know completely what you're talking about. I'm not talking about the Candida diet from CandidaFree.com, but I'm talking about the George Kaufman diet from KnowTheCause.com. I will be posting it soon, like I said. So let me see if that site is still in existence, KnowTheCause.com. And we'll look up the George Kaufman diet. Okay, it is there. And it is the Doug, he says George Kaufman. But on there, it says Doug Kaufman. Interesting. Recipes. The Kaufman diet. He was wrong. He said the wrong thing. So this is what he was talking about, okay? He's saying, welcome to the Kaufman diet. What to expect. Kaufman 1 is more than a diet. It's a lifestyle change. Adding sensible exercise. Where do I go from here? Kaufman recipes. What foods are okay on the Kaufman 1 and 2 diets? The goal of the diets is twofold. Starve fungus while simultaneously eating a nutritious diet. The Kaufman diets have been updated on a regular basis as more was learned about proper nutrition. In 1975, if we believed quinoa were grains, but alas, time has taught us okay. So here's what it says. Avoid grains like corn and wheat and sugars. Allow green apples, grapefruit, tomatoes, etc. Allow grass-fed finished beef and wild fish. Allow eggs. Allow goat yogurt. It's good. Allow vegetables except potatoes and beans. Avoid yeast and fungal products. Allow fresh squeezed lemonade, coconut milk, etc. Okay, now let's go back. That's weird. There's 275 people in here. A minute ago, I just looked and it said 175, and I'm like, oh my gosh, what happened? A lot of people just happened. But thank you. Missed a live by a minute or two every time last week, but happy to be here. Oh gosh, Linda Fisher. I'm so glad you're here. That's weird. That just jumped. It's jumping like crazy. Okay, so let's go back to his post. Here we go. You don't have to put me on every medication. For those of you just coming in, this is allegedly Bryan. Okay? These are posts that he wrote when he was 14, 15, 16 years old. Things are lining up with them, and it's very interesting because he goes from being very grandiose in his thinking to then thinking in the most utter despair, being hopeless. And just vacillating like crazy, okay? He stopped using the forum in 2012. XR is a character. Okay. He does mention rap music, and he does have a SoundCloud with at least one song, which I have. I just put it somewhere. I'm going to get it, but let's see. He's talking about anxiety here. This is in 2009. This is in the beginning of it. Let's see. And then he has like fights with people on here too, okay? So let's see how this escalates, okay? Those with visuals now, someone's posting that. He's with this guy, Matt, but this Matt is not around anymore. He has stopped using the forum, and they're probably on some sort of different forum. Let's see what happens over here. So someone's telling him about not living up to his word. And that's Matt here. XR says, why are you so spiteful about this diet that can possibly help you? And this Matt over here says, what? You try and get us to buy an ebook, which is God knows how many dollars without any real evidence. It's not another scam. Of course, I'm skeptical. Especially 6 pages on, and you still sidestep posting this diet for the help of other VS sufferers. Thankfully, Omega has posted something constructive up. Why should I buy something you recommend when you don't stick to your word? I actually believe there is something in this. I really do. I wasn't being sarcastic in my response. It was genuine. I'm grateful you posted the discussion up because it does seem like it could be a possible cause, but not many will take the step of buying a book on here from a single poster's claims. That's why I asked you to post the diet, because it may encourage some of the members to actually try it out. And then we could reach some conclusions and get some positive results. Surely that would be the benefit of all the VS sufferers out there. That's not being mean. That's not being spiteful, mate. Okay, so let's go and see what else he wrote. Kind of a stupid question. Do you think you can smoke cigs on a diet like this? You can't, he says. Looking forward to a video showing us what to eat. Allegedly Bryan says, why are you so spiteful about this diet that can possibly help you? Okay, and then he says, yes, I am buying the book, and I will talk to you about the diet and even print out the list of foods and whatnot. Thank you for being open-minded, which isn't hard to do when you have something as odd as VS. Let's see. Oh, you will get complex carbs on the diet. It is required to eat only certain fruits. Somebody said only fruits. What about vegetables? Yes, ethanol. There are certain kinds you can and can't have. Actually, I will be taking, and he puts this supplement, I'm sure it is. And then he puts this from 21st where it says, who do you know that this has worked for? He said, my friend's uncle, the one who introduced this to me, he had tumors on his stomach and lungs. I can't remember, but he took the diet for 2 years and they went away. He's an ex-Army Ranger and a Green Beret with knowledge of the detox diet. Then he says, yes, those sites, and he puts the wrong site. So he goes from writing in a certain style to then something's wrong. Like he said he was a spelling bee champion, but that's not the way you spell site as website, right? Yes, those sites are wrong, but they give you an idea of the stuff you have. In simplicity, a detox diet will fix any fungus or candida problems you have. So you can't say what I'm saying is false. I am doing it, and I will make a vlog. So don't worry. Someone said, I emailed the owners of candidafree.net. And this was the response. Hello. First of all, you do not need to identify yourself, and Mark and I are here for the sole purpose of providing support and guidance for people recovering with 3-lac and or Symbion. I don't know who you are, but I do know that you're not one of our customers. Regarding the patent on the formulation, check the dates, then reread our story. I started taking Symbion in 2007. He says, okay, I denounce any relation to that site. I just posted it for you to see something that yeast overgrowth does, as well as fungus. I will vlog the detox diet. You will see. And you will see. XR, if you don't mind sharing, what are your symptoms? All your symptoms. I am guessing you have not cured yourself yet on this diet, however, or have you? Sorry, you have not read through all the posts. So not sure. I have not read through all the posts. I agree with the blood flow part. I actually made a thread about it before, but what causes the blood flow problem? It is still undiagnosed. In my head after I exercise, my visual snow increases in intensity, and the vein in my head pumps so hard I feel it. I think our veins are slightly inflamed from toxins. Someone says, I know the cause cure of visual snow is a bit of a bold statement for someone that barely has any factual data. Then Matt again replies to XR and says, do you have bad circulation in your hands and feet? I notice my visual disturbances tend to flicker and pulsate in time with my heartbeat. The snow is unaffected by this, but I notice a shimmering in time with my heartbeat. I see you've linked the diet to an ebook in which we have to pay $27. If this isn't an advertisement, then please post us the full diet on here. Okay, I'll buy it and post it here. Yeah, I have circulation there too, mostly in my chest and head though. I believe that the blood vessels are inflamed because of toxins. Okay, let's see. He says, good man. There are so many scams out there. I get cold hands and feet. I only notice it when I'm lay in bed. I can feel the pulsing in my arms, neck, legs, feet, occasionally too. The heaviness in the back of my head too. It's definitely not normal to feel so much anxiety. This is an interesting link about the gut. And then he said, it isn't a scam. I have a whole bunch of people who did this, and it worked. I knew them in real life. And humans don't need carbs to live, my friend. You won't starve. You really don't understand this. Please don't discourage me. I am not an idiot who falls for a scam. Please post the diet. I will be willing to try this. It wouldn't kill all the toxins through tranquility. You need to do the diet. This kind of looks like an advertisement. What's to lose? Yep, more power to the people that try this, but I don't feel like spending time on something that has little to no evidence. He puts this and says, this book contains the phase 1 and 2 diets. Yeast and fungus are fed by sugar and starch. By not eating those things, your body will kill off all kinds of things that your body doesn't need. As a matter of fact, by the first week, you will start getting sick with a fever. This is proof that the diet is kicking in. You will feel better within a couple of weeks. What's to lose? What is to lose? The reason I say this is because my doctor put me on every medication and it made me crazy and made my VS not even improved. I care about everyone here. I wouldn't tell you something unless I knew it was for sure. Omega, yes, I do actually. Omega said, do you ever get ear fullness, ear cracking? I believe your theory is plausible. Blah, 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 blah. So he said, this is where he started when he said he knew the cure. He said, visual snow is caused by toxins in our body. These toxins range from yeast overgrowth, CandidaFree.net, he puts that, all the way to fungus. Check out the link for Candida. It has almost every VS symptom except the VS. It says migraines, which are the same thing as VS in my experience. They go hand in hand. Tell me how every test known to man cannot show what's wrong with us. We just see stuff. The truth is there's no test for our toxins. We just need to rid ourselves of them. Visual snow can also be helped by chemical changes. I experienced visual snow for the first time when just waking up. It went away for 2 weeks, and then I went back to drinking coffee and going on the PC all day, and it came back. I believe I caused my visual snow by too much toxins from the sweetener I used and also too much caffeine chemicals. I also lived in a moldy house. When something is happening in your brain that shouldn't, chemicals are being released that shouldn't. These chemicals are released because we have toxins that our body doesn't want. It's going haywire. If there is no cause of our body releasing chemicals like a simple condition, then this is obviously the answer. The detox diet has been used to cure many diseases and reduce the effects of cancer and diabetes greatly. My friend went from 8 shots to 1 shot of insulin. He stopped, but he could have continued it even more. How to do this diet? He puts knowthecause.com. Don't go to the doctor for a detox. They rip you off. We are lucky as people with VS. I have had the alt test something done. My neurotransmitters are fine. My brain is healthy. It's just toxins. And then he puts video to watch that explains reality. Someone says, that's basically the paleo diet. That's the way I eat for about 2 years now, and I don't notice any changes on my symptoms. Wish it was that easy. He goes, no, there are certain things you can't eat on it that you probably ate. Trust me, you didn't. It isn't a paleo diet. I will find out the exact diet plan soon. My friend has it printed. I lost the sheet. Look at that. That looked like he had a knife through that thing. He said, no, it's a detox diet. Someone said, I've had athlete's feet and VS for as long as I can remember. I hope you're right. And if you are, I love you. Haha. Well, your foot fungus and visual snow are both caused by toxins, and I have been tested for everything. I went to the doctor, and he said everything I had was migraines, which is basically your brain reacting to some sort of chemical change, thus it acts haywire. What causes these migraines? Toxins. I have some amazing sources. I know people who have experimented with this thing as much as possible. This is the cure. What is the actual diet? I can't find the links. He said, there is a printout that my friend has. I will get that and photocopy it and put it on the internet for you to see. I'll get it by tomorrow. Offer tonight. See you. Okay, thanks, XR. I am really finding this blah, blah, blah quite interesting. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Then we know he didn't come through with that. Okay, and they got all angry with him. Angry. He's trying to scam people. Doesn't it sound like that, Kit Kat? But what is he really getting out of that? Because it's not even, it doesn't even look like any kind of an affiliate link or anything. So what would he get out of that? Right? Does he have an affiliate link to those things? I don't know. The key just listing the Candida site and stuff. I don't know. We'll have to go see. This'll need some looking into. Okay, let's see. He said, I haven't tried it yet. Honestly, I don't think I can do it. But when I was on it, he's talking about the diet. So someone says, and honestly, 21st level, you are a troll in every way. You are just upset about your personal issues, and you have to be a complete jerk to everyone who looks for hope. Go away. Someone said, in all honesty, I understand people getting annoyed over users getting ahead of themselves and proclaiming that I have found the cures. It has been done before. What's been suggested hasn't made the VS go away for most that have tried it by the looks of it. There's no known cure. Okay, people looking for remedies and cures should be supported. Listen to you all. Chill out. You have probably survived so far. The first thing I saw when reading this thread was desperation. I think it is the desperation which fuels the anxiety that visual snow feeds off of. He's not posting in there. Let me go. How far? Good night, Kit Kat. Why would you mislead people with the same problem as you and are looking for answers just like you are is beyond me. I have a poll up in the poll forums that I posted yesterday, 9/25/12, asking how many people have anxiety attacks or general anxiety disorder. I strongly believe that VS is related to general anxiety disorder. I didn't have VS until my first anxiety attack 3 years ago. Since that day, I've had general anxiety disorder, and VS started a few days after that night. I remember asking a friend, he saw those dots, the static we see. A lot of people here seem to have the anxiety, and I believe that VS probably is related to it. Someone over here said, adios, amigos. I have just had to delete my Yuku account, and this is my last post. Byron, you really need to reconsider your super hostile approach to new members. How on earth is this forum going to have any hope of finding a cure for it when it sabotages any new information and even suggests success? I really feel for other members. Jay Bradley and my new email exchange. You are desperate for a cure. People who are readers and not members would be totally put off by joining to mention any success. I have erased my email address off previous posts simply because it was not there to sell more information, but to provide an avenue for someone wanting to do what I did. I'm convinced my best friend was right about steering clear of forums, and she'd know, as is one of the major resources and researchers and psychologists in the area of anxiety and depression. What's worse is that one person who drives people away is a person that claims to enjoy VS. Well, if you want my diagnosis and you don't want to find a cure for others because you're too scared of suffering from this alone and take pride in hearing people desperate for a cure, it's about time you reconsider your place in a forum that wants to support sufferers. Also, your background in natural medicine should 100% support a vegan diet and no sugar to help the body heal. My mom is a naturopath, and it is what she suggested. I do from the beginning. What a shame you have driven away someone who has firsthand experience with PMA and also a background in psychology and neuropsychology, majoring psychosomatic illness and the brain and nervous system. I'm sure your knowledge is excellent, but having lectured in those courses over 12 times does mean I know a fair bit more than you. I wonder if this Byron was Bryan. So close, right, isn't it? It's weird. Jay Bradley. Okay, so let's go see what else we got. Oh my goodness. How come when I get a head rush, my VS gets silver and worse a lot? We can talk to a specialist about this, I believe. VS to have something to do with disturbance in the body that causes these weird blood issues. Nobody answered him. Nobody answered him. I find no joy in life. So all of that's going on in July, around July 4th weekend of 2011. But he stays on. He stays on until when? He stays on until December of 2012. You feeling the same way makes me feel like there is someone there. Thanks for responding. I've taken migraine pills, actually every effective migraine pill. That's when he said I will cherish these days, right? And he never responded to anybody. What great support, somebody said to him. Julie, deep in the snow. I'd look into some depression medicine to help you over the hump. Keep learning about your life and your case of visual snow. I wonder if these people understand that this may be the one that is allegedly killed 4 people in the University of Idaho, at the University of Idaho. Your own case of visual snow. Several of us have had to tackle it by creating our own path to wellness, so to speak, and it often includes a healthy diet, supplements, exercise, and trying hard to preserve our own interests and relationships. I tackled mine by trying to get my immune system under better control with good result. I'm also getting major sinus breathing problems fixed right now. Oxygen is good. Looking forward to better sleep. Hang in there. You can do it. Okay, so that's that. I don't know what you guys think. Let me see if I can put the link in now. Let's see if it's going to let me do this. Oh my gosh, what is up with this? Okay, that's the only thing that's going to copy a link. It's not going to be able to give numbers out. I don't know what's up with this thing. Let's hope I can do this now. It posted the link. Wow, that was crazy. But it won't let me post the invitation. It won't let me post the invitation. Okay. And so there we go on that. Let's see what else is going on. I'm going to check for some updates, any updates, anything worth talking about right now. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. That was crazy.
Alrighty.
Hey, all right. Why did that do that? There we go. All right, let me see here. So I don't know. I want to just see something. Someone says XR is the name of a character in some type of game.
Yeah, I seen on the case saying that stuff about the character, about the.
Yeah. I'm seeing that it's hardware and software products. It's also a company.
It's definitely suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
I think the most interesting part out of all of that whole process is when you're actually trying to pinpoint like real life events to try to eliminate it. Because
Right.
once you could find possible real life events, and then you'd be like, oh yeah, this. What was it? You said something about a fire earlier.
Here's supposedly, okay, I just found this that I have. It's called Rise Up. It's an instrumental test. And it's XR's Bryan Effort, which is Effort PA United States. So there's a song here, which is right here. If somebody wants to go listen to it, just don't listen to it out loud. But anyway, that's so there is. Let me see. Tracks, albums.
Yeah, I remember you talked about that last night.
Reposts. Okay. And who's that?
It's just a playlist, though. Anybody can. It's so easy to read too much into a playlist.
That's not a playlist. That you're thinking I said about Spotify.
Oh, that's an audio file.
This is a file that's from 2000. That's from 11 years ago.
Gotcha.
Which would line up to that and the rap that he said.
Where'd Deborah go?
No idea.
She was in with us.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody dropped right off.
It was actually kind of funny because you had like 179 watching, and then when the Zoom killed, you jumped up to 268.
Yeah, I saw it go to 275.
And there's the cuckoo clock.
Okay, let's see. Something went wrong. Something went wrong? Shouldn't. Let me see. Did you try that SoundCloud link?
Because we're live, I didn't know if you wanted me to. I can mute and see.
Yeah, you can mute and try it.
Yep.
And then, yeah, because somebody's saying that they don't know if it was lit. I took it right from there. Let me see. It should work. I just gave you the link right from there. It's a direct link. I'm going to try it again. There you go. There it is. It should work. Okay, so let's go back to that. Do you believe this is Bryan? Yes says 60, 40% say no.
It's an interesting audio file, but all it really is just a beat.
Yeah, it's instrumental, right?
That's
Yeah,
all it really is.
I
Just
know.
one single beat that keeps playing, like something for him to listen to. But something that caught my attention was the effort after the word Bryan.
Well, no, that's because
effort.
it's Effort, Pennsylvania.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
It is. It's Effort, Pennsylvania.
Okay, I need to say
They
that.
call it, they go Albrightsville, but it's also, if you look up the address, it's Effort, Pennsylvania.
Well, we adding that to the list.
Oh, Tony, good. Martinis, it does work now. Great. Like all this talk about stuff in your head is giving me a headache. He couldn't park well because his brain cannot adjust well to the nightlight. Is that what you say, Liza? I don't know.
I mean, to be fair, if that really did turn out to be him, that is some wild stuff written all within there.
The dates match up. The birth date is one day off, but he might have done it like after midnight, you know what I mean?
Especially that long one you read off last night. Oh, that
Nuts.
was deep.
Nuts. I don't know. Let me look at something.
If anyone else would like to call in, there's the email. I hope some others are going to be connecting with us, hanging out. What happened to Jeff? Oh, you said he went to bed.
His wife said he had to go to bed. Okay, let me try something else here.
People are going to be like, well, it is Monday morning, ain't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is Monday morning. People are going to be so mad this morning when they can't get no new data from the court or anything.
Oh,
Nothing. I was actually kind of hoping that Chief Fry would do like a video update over the weekend. Some of that stuff was just, and just scrolling back, reading what some
yeah.
people have
Michelle
said in
with the
chat.
CD.
Some really good comments when you were reading that stuff.
Just trying to look.
Sounds
into-
bipolar.
He put something here on this U.S. Air Marshal.
Welcome back,
Hi.
Deborah. Welcome back, Deborah.
Hello, Deborah.
It's too much explanation. I can't get Slack on my other device. And so, yeah, it's hard for me to type on the other device.
I'm just glad you're back with us, Deborah.
But I'm
Thank
here.
you for coming back with us. I'm glad you're back.
Yeah, thanks.
Trying to see if
I'm
he's
in, but
You are in.
Gone.
I'm in.
Nothing. Trying to see if he responded to any of these other forms.
And I'm looking up that
about this.
username, seeing if I can dig up anything else while we're still hanging in there.
No, it's
Visual.
Let me see, who's this? Who made this?
Because there's different variances you could do with that username. You can't, like, he might not have used it the same exact way, so I might get lucky and.
Let's see if
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that beat, Tony, that he uploaded is actually somebody else's. Like it's I don't want to say heavy metal, but a metal song that's just instrumental of a heavy song. I'm pretty sure. Like when I listened to that audio file, it didn't sound out of the ordinary, just like a normal song with no lyrics. Now, whether it's something he edited, I don't know. Sometimes people do edit them a little bit before they upload them, and then they'll use that like as their jogging beat.
Mm-hmm.
But that just all goes back to the weirdness, because, like, if this really, it later on, whenever turns out to be him for real, then you can actually start to associate and start to connect all these things he said with different real events to certain levels. Like if you find a section he's talking about doing something specifically, or that stuff would need to, they should spend the time to go back and look at it. FBI's got ways to do that where they send in teams to talk to people.
Mm-hmm. I think I found.
What happened to Scoot? Did Scooter go to bed?
Maybe.
I'm not sure.
I might be able to connect him to a blog. Let me see if this is.
No, from what I can tell, Tony, that it's like a beat he just uploaded to SoundCloud. Pretty straightforward, like a heavy metal song with the lyrics taken away, and he uploaded the beat. I'd have to go back and listen to it all the way through again. I don't think I heard anything in there but the instruments. Sometimes people do that. They'll upload some instrumentals to like SoundCloud or different places, and then use it as their jogging music or something. But it's just one song, so it's not like a playlist or anything. Who knows? Miracle Hearts too. Until we find out everything. Is he really confused?
Well, I've got a lot of searches to do. I'll probably do a lot of searches tomorrow. There's a lot cross-referenced.
How long was that account active for? What years?
2009 to 2012.
Right.
gotta stop searching because I get too wrapped up in that and I don't pay attention to anything else. Hi, Miracle, how
So
too?
he's 28 now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah.
I'm just gonna go get, I have to get an ibuprofen because my head is killing me. He's 28 now, yes, he just turned 28 in November. He's a year different than my son, yeah. Oh my gosh.
I was just thinking about his age, you know, at the time then.
That's the confusing part sometimes about forums is you, like, because you're not the person that was typing on the forums when they typed it, you're not like right in their psyche.
Yeah.
Like you could read a sentence and what they meant it to be could be completely different than what you might mean it to be.
It is hard with just the written word, for sure.
It does give context though, because whoever this person is, period, definitely battled some type of issues.
Yes.
Even if someone were to come along and say this has been confirmed to be all fake, well, the person that took the time to put all this fakeness up there has issue.
Wow. Yeah.
They're the one that has the issue then that needs to be checked out. The person that actually, even if it turned out to be fake or something, but this is from years ago, so I think there's a reason why everybody got drawn to it, because it's not necessarily just 100% fake. It needs to be confirmed, but the years, that's the thing.
Yep. For sure. So does he enter a plea in 2 or 3 days? Or longer?
What?
Maybe it's 4 days. Oh, I don't know. I've lost total track of the time now.
Well, the defense will be requesting the discovery and everything.
No, there's no discovery you're gonna get right now.
You don't think so?
No.
You don't think they want to just push it right through?
No.
She said, okay.
Right.
See, I'm thinking they're gonna want to push this through fast.
Oh, not at all. They have to make it, they don't want this out there because of the way everybody's dissecting everything. They have to make their defense and everything. We haven't gotten anything on Letitia Stout. Just think about it. They haven't put any discovery through, or Lori Vallow. We haven't seen any of their interviews. It's not Florida would be the only state that pushed some discovery out ahead of time. The other states don't do that. We're not going to see anything until he's been sentenced.
No. Wow. Well, I think the way things go, people thought it was a long time before they made this arrest. But really, I thought it was pretty quick compared to a lot of times the way it goes.
Mm-hmm.
I think, what was it, 7 weeks or something like that? I thought that was quick.
Right.
I mean, sometimes it's much longer.
It was fairly quick compared to other cases, for sure.
Yeah, I think so.
A person with regime and fame, people wanted to hear what he says. If you want discovery fast, you have to take a plea deal. Think about Watts. It was August 13th. He then took the plea deal in November, and then we had all of the discovery in November. But still, I don't think this guy's gonna take a plea deal.
I don't even know if they'll offer him one. Depends
Probably
how
not.
solid their evidence is. I mean, if they've got lots of indisputable, solid evidence, and they're sure that the jury, all the jury members
Didn't
will
realize
find
early
him
on
guilty.
that was it. But you saw, if that really is him, you do see the way he escalates fast and gets angry, and he says he treats his family bad.
Yeah, he admits publicly the things.
He treats his dad bad.
Yeah.
He was probably abusive towards his parents, I bet you.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the truth, if that's him. And then maybe because he was their long sought after son, after 2 daughters, you know, he got away with a lot of stuff.
Mm.
To such a degree, it could have spoiled him too much.
Mm-hmm.
Even maybe not necessarily growing up in a wealthy home, but letting him get away with too much. And
Yeah, but what was he doing out at 2 a.m. when he's like
yeah,
14? He's writing that, so he's 13. He's out at 2 a.m. walking around. Kind of weird.
Well, whenever the discovery does come out, it will be very, very interesting.
Mm. Yeah.
I don't know. People sometimes say they don't think he will, but say they go to him and say, "Give us the knife and we can get this done in under 2 weeks." He might take an agreement.
I don't think so. I think he wants to let this play out.
The question is, with the gag order, it's not going to go far in the media, is it? I mean, like when you're being required not to discuss something like any of the specifics.
Yeah.
That's why I think today's going to be interesting, kind of sort of, because people are going to be wanting like an update later on today of some sort, and it ain't going to come. But people can't say there wasn't like a heads up though, because I mean the police department did put out a statement saying we won't be issuing anymore. But public awareness don't hurt either though.
That's true, but their top priority is getting a conviction. And they don't really care how curious or how much we want to know. They've got to protect the integrity, obviously. So probably the less said, the better
Oh yeah.
for them, you know?
Oh yeah.
You know, Liza Rose said leaks will happen. But the thing with that is, can you really trust that?
No,
you
no,
can't
leaks
really.
will, listen, leaks, okay, they can happen when something is being released, like they did to Letitia Stauch's, probable cause. But it was that someone got it and released it on the internet just right ahead of time. It was, but for something completely that's not supposed to be leaked out there, or video interviews or something, that's not gonna leak out there. Some information maybe in something, but how are you going to verify it if it's just somebody's word of mouth or something that's getting around? Nothing should leak like some transcripts or of interviews or things like that. That should never leak like that. And I don't mean a leak like coming out of a day ahead or something, because that has happened. But
Yeah,
leak.
and I mean, it's not gonna stop people from saying this or that was leaked,
Oh, yeah,
but it doesn't
right.
make it true.
Oh, they always say, yeah, they always
Right.
say it leaked, but
Mhm.
yeah, where is it? Yeah. Because somebody loses their job for that, like if somebody releases something that's not something that's like, oh,
Yeah.
big deal, it's on Reddit? Okay, great. That's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
all these people that are
Yeah.
running around saying, oh, the Moscow Police Department leaked this out here, or this, and then they found out, okay, that Ring camera is totally fake. So everybody lied about it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's on, Tony. If he is on anything, I don't know. Well, if we find out that that's him in the forum, confirm later on or soon, that eventually we will know, because there's a lot of talk about that in there. Maybe not the one you mentioned, but
Hi, Abba for life. How are you? So I think the majority thinks it's him, and I'm starting to think it's him now. There's just so many. If the date, it is from a long time ago, and then the only thing I was thinking was, well, maybe someone hacked into an account that they had and changed everything. But then I looked at the people replying, and they're replying to him, and say the
Right.
thing about him being 15 at the time, and so then that really got me to think, yeah,
That lines up.
yeah, and then the Philly lines up, and yeah, just weird, very weird. Well, thanks, Abba for life. You can't see a fair jury in Moscow. It might be so many years before it goes that, I don't know, but yeah, they might have to. Miracle Heart says, when 15-year-old Bryan wrote his list of complaints, the only words he wrote in all caps were, "I feel no emotion." The rest was written regularly. I believe him. I think he was a true psychopath. Yeah. Have to be honest, since being locked up, Bryan's hair, skin, and aura look a lot better. Get off meth, kids. I don't think he was on meth, Tony.
Hi, Abba for life.
I really don't think so.
And I mean, the less that we do hear from authorities, the more all the stuff that's just kind of fabricated, it escalates. That's the way it seems to go, doesn't it?
The less what? That we do
The
what?
less we know that's fact from authorities,
Oh,
the
yeah,
more
yeah,
people
because
go and fill
people
in the
want to make up.
blanks and just, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like Tony Martini said, based on some YouTube, it's 100%, but, it's not. There's the majority of it just is not true, or that it can't be proven, and
Let me look at something else. Again, I can find this.
I'm speaking to Jeff telepathically in his sleep.
uh,
I'm telling him that his cat nap is over and it's time to go into Google Maps.
I'm not quite sure what, Liza Rowe, I'm not quite sure what you're asking. A policeman lost his job because he was looking at body cam footage. Not
Never
sure
heard
what
of that.
means.
Maybe he was going into stuff that he wasn't supposed to.
Maybe.
Oh,
Let's see.
okay.
I didn't hear anything about that, but it's interesting.
I haven't either.
There's lots of things that causes people, human beings, not to sleep at night, though. Not just that. Millions of things.
Okay, here's some.
Very true.
Like some people would say, no, it's just a couple hundred. Well, there's a lot of things that can keep a human awake if the human allows it to. A fidget spinner can keep a human awake if the human allows it. They are pretty fun sometimes.
And some people just don't require as much sleep as others. And just depends on the individual.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We definitely know something is seriously. So you're right to a level, Dumber, or it's because we know something's wrong with dude's brain. We definitely know that. We don't need a psychiatrist to tell us if he's sane or not, technically, but
Mm-hmm.
See,
Not
I mean,
what
here's
we
a
talked
picture
about
from
earlier.
him at a wedding in 2017. It wasn't looks. I mean, his looks look good there. I mean, it's not. You see people that are, a lot of it, especially with guy, is they have a great personality and everything. You see some gorgeous girls with guys that are not that good looking, and they are with them. And so I don't think it was like, it wasn't his looks, because like there he looks like very nice. I'm not like, a supermodel, but he doesn't, he's not grotesque in any way there. So it wasn't that.
No, I
Just had
agree.
a
you
lot
know
to
what
do
I
with,
think's interesting about the whole visual part about him, though? It's how it's like 50-50 right down the middle. 50% of people think he's handsome, 50% think he's a creeper.
Well, because 50% I don't think can get past what he did, and it's hard to do that.
Right. Probably that has a lot to do with
But
it.
if you don't look at that, like his eyes, like they'll say, "Oh, his eyes are staring." His eyes are staring.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I mean, it's not that like he's, you would look,
Right.
oh my gosh, he's gorgeous. Like who could ever be with him?
It's just a picture.
Right. It's he's
He's not gonna
and
be
just
sitting on
think
the
about
couch
it. I mean,
looking
there
at you
there
like
are
that
some
every
celebrities like look at that William what is that, Macy guy, right? Some people
Right.
might say that he is not, there's people, I'm saying there's people that are not, I don't know. I don't want to say, you know what I mean. There maybe somebody will say, well, wow, that girl is out of your league or something, but these girls are like all over them, or women, because there's like a personality to them.
Yeah.
And so I don't think like anybody is like, oh gosh, they're not, because
Possibly several personalities.
but
Possibly.
there's something more, like
Uh-huh.
just with this attitude, or just all the stuff that's there. That's the reason. And then yet still, even though he's very mature in the postings, 28 and not having a steady girlfriend is not really the end of the world. It's not in
No.
today's day and age. People are settling down later and later and later. So that's not even has been. I don't know. I don't even know.
You're
what
right.
I'm trying to
It's
say.
you're
You know,
right.
and-
It is relevant right now because we do live in a society right now where it's not relevant to
People
hurry up
are
and get
interested in
married.
their education, their careers. Some
That's
of them
right.
going that path
Mhm.
and doing that, and just not to the norms of what settling down and all that stuff right now.
I think too that now this is a stereotype, but girls or young women will, they'll go for more what the person is like other than looks more with men, more. There's a saying something like men fall in love with their eyes, women fall in love with their hearts.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that's not true across the board, but there is some truth for that. So, did he have charisma, or did he seem socially awkward, or, we just don't know how he presented, really, do we, in that regard? We don't know that, really.
Right. Right. Other than what people have given us so far, and that's what people's perspective ours is, not our perspectives.
And it's pretty limited what we've heard, or the person hasn't knew them back in
Yeah.
time.
Because, sometimes they're interviewing these people and, they just see them for a few hours, every day for a couple weeks. And it's not like they live with them every day or.
But I wonder if, in person, not maybe, if he was a social type of person, or if he was reserved and didn't say too much, or.
Well, if that is him on that forum, since he brings up Xanax here and there, it makes me curious if he kind of damaged his brain a little bit, experimenting around with Xanax incorrectly against no doctor's orders, possibly buying them illegally. Sometimes it's because it's not like a true crime normally type case, but sometimes there's cases where people will, inadvertently hurt themselves from doing drugs. It's pretty common, but as far as like a news story, not really. But sometimes they'll be taking this type of pill or that drug or whatever.
Well,
and
benzodiazepines, which I think his Xanax.
I saw
was
that.
under.
He said benzos,
Yes.
didn't he?
Well, no, somebody else did, but they will mess your memory up.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you're on them. If you ever talk to someone that's on them, they can't remember things, and
And he said he don't remember his childhood.
So, but he says he's not on that, and you just wondered if that Xanax, what curator was asking them, but I don't know. Just so much misinformation out there. And another thing is that Xana's sister goes to Washington State University.
Oh,
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Jasmine. Mm-hmm.
Right.
So that's another link towards that.
Mm-hmm.
And she's also in
Wonder if the girls
marketing,
recently
so that
visited
would
her.
probably, mean she's in maybe a program like her sister was in sales or something. Even they probably have something similar at Washington State. So.
I mean, it's only a 15-minute drive, right?
Yeah, maybe less, maybe 12.
So how uncommon could it be for them just to say, "Hey, we're going to take a drive over there and see her"? It's just like going to the mall,
Yeah,
right?
of course, yeah.
So yeah, that does throw in some more factors, because if that's true, then there could be some traveling going back and forth with Kaylee and them.
Mm-hmm.
And her sister had an internship at WSU in the athletics Instagram, where she took photos for them and social media.
You know, like
Internship.
how in some of these cases, you'll read this entire discovery, and in this one little section it says he was asphyxiated from the first time he saw her.
And you know what
And-
else? What else is interesting? Bumble, the dating app. Xana's sister
Hey, Rough and
is a
Ready.
campus content manager for Bumble, an internship, 2022 August to the present, utilizing social media platforms such as Instagram, Snapchat, and TikTok to magnify the Bumble brand, connect with student leaders and organizations to drive awareness to Bumble.
Mm.
Yeah, so she was doing that as well. And she was a
Right.
marketing club president. And this is all in Pullman, Washington. And she would network and attend
wonder if
monthly
they took a
meetings
trip
with the
up there
marketing
recently.
directors board. Okay, so
It does
interesting.
present speculation. Because say he was where he would normally be, and Kaylee,
Do we
one,
know
two, or
where-
three of
where
them
did
came
Jasmine
over
live?
there.
How do we know where Jasmine stayed? What if she stayed in an apartment near his?
Oh man.
Oh.
I don't know.
Well, there is quite a few various opportunities for the paths to cross. I mean, his proximity was close, and so there's multiple possibilities how that could have occurred in one way or another.
There's a lot of ways he could have.
Like, I'll give you another example. It could be as simple as this. Say they went to see her sister up there, or over there would be to the left, wouldn't it? Over there. And they went to sit at a restaurant and eat. And he just happened to be at that same restaurant that day and got fixated on the girls because they're so beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you don't, sometimes in these cases, you do learn in these huge discoveries. It was just this tiny little sentence is what started it all. He had an addiction, he had an affliction, or like when he saw the victim, that was the moment everything started for him.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm taking notes over here, looking into some of this stuff
Hi,
with her
Christine.
sister.
Hi, Rough and Ready. Not feeling too much better. Sorry. Hope you feel better tomorrow.
It could have been just something so, I don't necessarily think he would have had to have attended a party. It could have just been a kind of a casual kind
Oh,
of
wait, but that's another
crossing
thing that we know.
paths.
Kaylee's sister was saying something tonight about she thinks that he attended parties there to get to know the layout and everything of that house.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
Uh,
I believe she did say that. I'm not dreaming that.
I'm not sure,
I'll have to
Carolyn.
go
I
listen to it
didn't,
again, but I'm
I
almost
must have missed
certain.
that.
Pretty certain.
See, I mean, I'm just being honest. My perspective has been this whole time thinking about just that area. What if it wasn't, you know, even if he was stalking them days in advance, what if this area isn't the area that actually was the trigger zone? What if it was when they visited her sister and he was where he would normally be?
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see.
I mean, all it would take is for some reason, one of the girls to catch his attention and just follow them. I mean, that happens, to see where they lived. Like, just something, you know. Hi, Ruff. Sorry, I can't really type. I had to change devices. I can type a little bit on this other one, but this is a really old device, so my typing's very slow on there.
I mean, if you have training, Christine, that would make sense. Those types are actually very cunning and manipulative. Sociopaths.
Uh-huh.
It's because they work more on the brain and mechanisms of how to get you to do what they want you to do. So you would want to spot them a lot further than that if they're going to hurt you. Because they're the ones that...
And to really even try to guess his thought processes.
I would never.
You know, you just, I mean...
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's it.
I would never.
You can't. It's a mind like that. So we're trying to, you know, think of these different scenarios through the way we think. And if, who knows, someone like that, they might as well be on Mars. Because what's logical and makes sense to us wouldn't be the case with him. He left that sheath behind. Wow. I still can't get over that. I agree with Christine on that. He would have been panicked, and I think no matter how many times, and it was probably many, I would think that he ran this scenario of doing this through his head. But I think the reality, when he actually was doing it, was far different than he imagined. And I think he was in a frenzy, and then he made mistakes. And when they said the car sped away, whoever said that, I think he just was like freaking out, really.
My mental telepathy didn't work with Jeff.
Oh, Jeff H, you mean, video?
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
I was
we
trying to
have to
do
go.
I was doing some mental telepathy with him in his sleep, telling him that we need his map skills right now. He's had a
No,
good,
he's sleeping.
his cat nap is over. Yeah, he is. He's getting some good rest right now.
Yeah, he is. He'll have to come in early before it gets too late for him next time, maybe.
Well, he was actually in the chat, but then he said he had to skedaddle.
Well, they're saying that, this was
Yes.
the other thing I wanted to say, that this woman, her husband was arrested, she's been missing since New Year's Day in Massachusetts. Her husband has been arrested and charged with misleading a police investigation. Brian Walsh, 46, was taken into custody.
Another
Investigators
Brian?
returned. Yeah, another. You know, there's names they keep coming
Oh,
out. There's a lot of
Lord.
Brians, a lot of Chris's. It's crazy. Let's see. He was taken into custody after the investigators returned to his house on Sunday morning, and the house he shared with 39-year-old Anna Walsh and their 3 children. Anna was last seen in the home shortly after midnight on January 1st. Friends said she was supposed to fly to Washington, D.C. for her job, but she never made her flight. She was supposedly taking a ride share to the airport, but that was also unclear. Brian Walsh and his wife's employer, DC-based real estate company Tishman Speyer, reported her missing on Wednesday. Investigators announced on Saturday they were halting their ground search for Anna until new evidence was uncovered, but marked and unmarked cruisers swarmed to the house at about 9 a.m. Sunday, and they were seen going in and out of the house taking pictures. Police developed a probable cause to believe that Anna Walsh's husband, Brian, had committed the crime of misleading police investigators. And he's expected to be arraigned tomorrow. So that's not looking good for that poor woman. And then just in another crazy thing, I don't understand what the heck people are doing. Texas dad fatally stabbed his 9-year-old son. Okay.
9?
9. Yeah, fatally stabbed him.
Oh my God.
It's crazy. A 39-year-old Texas man has been charged with stabbing to death his 9-year-old son. Police say they were called to the scene 4 p.m. Friday by a caller who said the neighbor had found her son unconscious and bleeding. Arriving officers found their way into the home, and they found the father hurting himself with a knife. The officers found his son with multiple stab wounds in the garage. The boy was pronounced dead at the scene, and the father was taken to the hospital for treatment of his self-inflicted wounds. We continue to keep the mother and the entire family in our thoughts and prayers during this unspeakable, difficult time. Yeah, so do we. Wow, that is horrible. And then this woman, an Alabama man, killed his wife on Saturday, and then a family member killed him.
Wow.
It's like out of control.
Good grief.
Maybe they should just make, I don't know, give people a bonus if they get divorced or something. An Alabama man shot and killed his wife Saturday night, then was fatally shot himself by a family member. Baldwin County Sheriff's Office and deputies were called to the home in Foley shortly after 10 p.m. by a caller who said that Scott Blackwell was exhibiting strange behavior while armed with a pistol. Before the deputies arrived, Blackwell became physically violent, and his wife, Cindy Blackwell, and eventually shot her. After he pulled the trigger, another family member shot him. The Blackwells both died from their injuries. Deputies are still investigating, but they say they believe the family member acted in defense of Cindy Blackwell and others in the residence and has not been charged with a crime. Do they have any children? What the heck? That's crazy. Unbelievable. Oh, and then there's a woman. Oh, that woman behind that $400,000 GoFundMe scam about the homeless vet sentenced to prison. What happened to her? She got sentenced.
Well, that took a little while, didn't it?
Yeah, see, but it does, right?
Year and a
forget about
year and a
that stuff.
half.
Oh, I think it seems like it's been more than that. Let's see, it says, a woman who lied about helping a homeless veteran to fraudulently fundraise more than $400,000 will spend the next few years in prison. On Friday, a New Jersey judge sentenced 32-year-old, she was only 32, Caitlin McClure to 3 years in state prison for her role in the con, which garnered national attention. McClure was not in court because she is already serving a 1-year prison sentence for federal charges stemming from the case. The state prison term will run concurrently and with the ongoing federal incarceration. As part of the state sentence, McClure, a former employee of the New Jersey Department of Transportation, is also barred from serving again as a public employee in the Garden State. McClure and her boyfriend, Mark D'Amico, pled guilty in 2017. Yeah, so it's 5-6 years going on, to a federal conspiracy charge to commit wire fraud. Prosecutors allege that the pair concocted a fake story about helping a homeless veteran. The story alleged that Johnny Bobbitt Jr., the veteran, gave McClure his last $20 so she could buy gas while stranded on an interstate in Philadelphia. McClure and D'Amico created a GoFundMe campaign relaying the story and said the money donated would be used to find Bobbitt a home. The heartwarming tale quickly went viral, and McClure and D'Amico were interviewed by news outlets around the country. Within a month, the pair collected $400,000 from more than 14,000 donors. However, McClure and D'Amico began spending the money lavishly on luxury cars, casinos, personal items such as handbags, expenses that did not involve helping a homeless man gain shelter. The pair blew through much of the proceeds within months. Although McClure and D'Amico purchased a camper for Bobbitt and gave him about $25,000, Bobbitt sued the couple when they failed to provide him with what was promised, prompting authorities to investigate. In December of 2019, D'Amico, 43, pled guilty to state charges. He was sentenced to 5 years in state prison in August 2022. Both McClure and D'Amico were ordered to reimburse the donors. While Bobbitt is a real person and a Marine veteran who has experienced homelessness, authorities say the story as told on the GoFundMe page was not true. Let's see, is that true? And what did they say here? Investigators allege that the three likely knew each other at least for a month before the alleged encounter, and they may have met at the casino. In fact, Bobbitt had previously offered a similar story. He claimed in 2012, in a 2012 Facebook post, that while living in North Carolina, he provided a woman stranded on the highway whatever money he had. Bobbitt was sentenced to probation, and he was also admitted to an additional recovery program.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Okay, so, here we go. Florida man murders his mother, and he leaves a note that says, "I gave in to the devil tonight."
Oh my.
Apology note.
Huh.
Okay. It's great. A U.S. Army veteran suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder allegedly murdered his mother and wrote in an apology that he gave into the devil. On December 31st, New Year's Eve, police in Port Salerno, Florida, were called to a home shared by 58-year-old Christina Ruth DiOrio and her son, 34-year-old Darren Keith Pouncey. Authorities allege that at 11:14 the previous evening, Pouncey had texted a neighbor with a vague request, allegedly writing, "I need your help." The neighbor did not see the message until the following day. After initially attempting to call, the neighbor entered DiOrio's and Pouncey's house using a spare key and found DiOrio dead. A blanket appeared to be covering her, and a section of her face was bloody and messed up. The neighbor would later tell the police. The neighbor's husband also went into the home and allegedly saw Pouncey standing at a bedroom doorway where Diorio's body was located. Pouncey allegedly had blood on his hands. Darren Pouncey asked the neighbor for a gun, and the neighbor obviously did not give him a gun, and he's currently on suicide watch in our jail, said the Martin County Sheriff Sergeant Dan DeLuc. At least one of the neighbors then exited the home and dialed 911. Authorities detained Pouncey on a pretrial release violation and later arrested him in connection with his mother's death. He faces a charge of second-degree murder. A medical examiner concluded that Diorio died from blunt force trauma, and court documents say blood was found on a porch, the latch of the porch door, and on the door glass, among other places. Investigators also located an open notebook in the home with a note that allegedly read, "So, I gave in to the devil tonight. Apparently, I've tried to love, but it seems love is dead, and people just got expletive instead. No rhyme or reason. I love you, but I have become accustomed to the hell that this world is. I belong. I'm sorry." Pouncey is a U.S. Army veteran who has been diagnosed with PTSD and had previously been held under the state's Baker Act, which authorizes authorities to detain someone temporarily in a mental health facility. When detectives attempted to interview him, he allegedly displayed his middle finger and then pointed to a door, prompting detectives to leave the room from where he was being held. Hours later, police tried to interview him again, and he allegedly began laughing, but also discussed his mental health struggles, military experience, therapy, and employment. On the evening of his mother's death, he told police that he went out on a dark night and had dinner and a drink, but he could not help with the timeline. Diorio and Pouncey had been living together for the past several years. Family members told investigators that Diorio had been concerned about her safety because of her son over the past year. Family said they have had calls from the mother in the past. She was concerned about her safety with the son being in the home. The son had expressed his dislike of being with his mother, so there was some history from the family about concerns of the son being at home with the mother. A neighbor said they have known Diorio for several years and described her as a good person. She was a very nice lady. Everybody seemed to like her, said Mac McClelland. This was a tragedy. Oh, very sad first. Well, let's see that North Carolina, if there's any more news on that. I don't think they put anything.
Well, that letter didn't sound like it had any remorse in there.
No, it sounds like he wants to stay there, so he's just letting her know. Just letting her know. Yeah.
Huh.
People have gone crazy. The world's gone crazy. Nuts. Adversary often finds the best lawyer, not the truth. National alternatives. My American friends will attack me. Oh, okay, Tony. Where are you, Tony? I wanted to see if there was any more news on that North Carolina.
Nah, no one's gonna attack you, Tony.
Let's see. Okay. Still haven't, I don't think they've released anything. No, I don't think they've released the names of any of the people in North Carolina yet, so I guess they'll probably wait till tomorrow. Or did someone try it? I don't know if somebody was ringing the bell. Sorry if somebody was ringing the bell before. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Somebody's ringing the bell. but hi Danielle, the guy that worked with him spoke kindly of him. The guy that worked with who? The guy that killed his mother? Or the guy that worked with him spoke kindly of him. Danielle, who are you talking about? Are you talking about somebody that worked with Brian? Hi, Henry Luke. I would accept help if I was him.
Can you hear me?
Hello,
Yes,
Tracy.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Anne Rose. How are you? Oh, you're in New Zealand, same system. Better lawyer, you're innocent. Oh, okay. Yeah, Danielle, which guy? Who are you talking about? I wonder.
Good show, Carolyn.
Thanks, Tracy.
You came up with some really good stuff to think about.
Yep.
I'm impressed.
Thanks. I wonder
I mean, I don't know what to say. Yeah, I can't.
Is that both?
It's not in me to say.
We say prayers for the family.
One's in a
Yeah.
mental health therapist.
said
one's
prayers
a
for the
school counselor.
family.
I know, right? He was
We're
so
sure all
sick
of
for
them
so
that
long. Issues are not minor. Right?
they're in our prayers. They're in our hearts. They're in our minds.
Amen to that.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm going to close this live out because it's 4:00 in the morning and I'm doing.
Oh, yeah,
CSI.
sure. Wait for me to be in here for 5 minutes and then you're out of here. That's on purpose, Carolyn.
Yeah,
No,
my
we've
eyes are
been in
closed.
here
My
for
eyes are
hours.
closed. But, thank you
4
guys for
hours
tuning
plus.
in.
I
And,
know, but I've been trying to get in here forever. Hey, guess what? I got rid of the voice. Not in
Oh,
my
good.
head. Not the
Oh, on your
voice.
tablet. Oh, on your
Thanks
tablet.
so much for coming in, guys. Appreciate it. We will. I'll look in like tomorrow. I'll do some more searching with some different names and seeing if we can see what we can connect to that. But right now, it is looking like it might be him. So, all right. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Love you guys. God bless. Prayers for all that need them. And good night, Ruff. Feel better. And
Thank
see you
you,
tomorrow.
Chad. You've been
And
terrific.
thank you to the moderators and everybody.
Thank
and
you
we'll
all.
see you guys
Love
tomorrow.
you guys.
God bless. Okay.
Peace.
Peace out.